289-877. And that would allow you to join via Zoom as well. Or if you prefer to call in to make your comment, you can call us at 1-888-475-5599. And then you can enter the meeting ID, which again is 985-289-877, and then you press pound. And as we come up to different agenda items, as there might be a chance for public comment, or when we get near our general public comment time at approximately 7 p.m., I'll try to prompt everyone as a reminder on that as well. So thanks for joining us tonight, and let's get started with council reports. And Kathy, you have a written report if you want to kick it off for us tonight.
I do. I'm sure everybody received the email today that the CML executive director has made a decision to cancel the conference in June. And I understand our staff is already in the process of getting reimbursements. However, the bylaws of the organization require an annual meeting, a business meeting. And as you might, as I put in my report, I am up for my 2-year renewal and I would like to run again. And in order to run, I need a letter of endorsement from the city council. I've provided a draft of that, the same letter that we provided 2 years ago, and just updated dates. I'm hoping that you authorize the city council to sign that letter and I can fill out the remaining paperwork. The other things I wanted to mention was I attended a Main Street board meeting today, and also the lodging committee, which is meeting weekly now. And both organizations are working on how to reopen in a safe and reasonable manner. I will tell you that of the few members that were on the video from Main Street Board, they did see some visitors this weekend, as well as about 80% of their visitors were locals, and the other 20% were what I would call day trippers. And there were some people from out of town who weren't aware of our mask requirement. And from the businesses, they were very strong in making sure that if you don't have a mask, you can't come in. And that didn't go over well with some people, but for the most part, our locals clearly abide by that rule. And then the other big news on the lodging is that the county commissioners are having discussions via Beth Melton with opening perhaps a percentage of lodging come June 1. So they're in talks with the lodging community in terms of how we do some sort of phased and safe opening. So hopefully those are at least the beginnings of a glimmer of going back, saying we're open for business. And with that comes sales tax revenue, which is a discussion that we'll have later tonight. So that's all I've got. If anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Yeah, Kathy, I got a question. On the CML election, are you running on the same platform of We'll Work for Peanuts again this year?
I'm still working for Peanuts, Sonia.
I'm think it's going to be as clever over Zoom as when you handed out the packets of peanuts with your campaign materials at the meeting, but I'd be happy to support you, your candidacy.
Well, thank you very much. I'm still working for Peanuts.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Sonia, what about an update from you?
Oh, sure. Couple things. So the Climate Action Plan Oversight Group met, and so we're moving forward on climate action planning. Looks like the consultants are kind of in the data gathering phase, looking at what's happening with some of our peer communities and just kind of trying to get a sense of the lay of the land here. So talking to all of us as electeds a little bit about how do we want to position ourselves with our plan as municipalities and as the county? Are we going to come up with a plan that is sort of adopted by all of us? Will it be tailored to our different communities? So we're having some pretty good discussions around that, and some agreement. It seems that while we want to have some things that everybody within Routt County can agree to and adopt, there might be some real specific needs in some of the communities. I was actually really intrigued to learn that in South Routt, there's still some homes that are being heated with coal stoves. And so, that kind of shows you the range of what we're looking at here in terms of the different things that our communities will need. So that's that meeting. I did want to give a shout out to Colorado Mountain College. I'm sure everybody knows that they are doing free classes, not just for their students, but for the community. And so exercise classes and learning how to play bridge in case you need to interact with your mother who is a bridge fanatic like I do. So that's pretty cool that they're doing that for our community. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention Jason and I have been meeting with Water Team. We've got a really super team of staff, and Gary participates in those Water Team meetings pretty frequently. And we've been talking about some negotiations with our community partners, and we just wanted to make sure you guys were comfortable with having a executive session discussion on the 19th. Our discussions about different agreements are going pretty well, but we may need your feedback, and I don't think we'll be ready for it until then. So how about a thumbs up if you're okay with doing an exec session on the 19th? Okay, we got a bunch. Cool, that sounds good. All right, well, that is my report. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Lisa, what about a report from you?
No report.
All right. Heather, any report tonight? Heather, are you there?
Hold on. Okay, I'm here. Oh yeah, I met with we had our stack meeting last week, and the budget's looking skinny. It's pretty bad for everybody statewide. CDOT is TBD basically on what that looks like for future projects and capital spending. Other than that, nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Robin, any report tonight?
Sure. We had the chamber marketing meeting, and it was a virtual meeting. It went fairly well. The visitor center is still closed. They're looking at how to reopen, and they're using a progression of measuring based on what the governor and the county commissioners decide to do. But they're saying, wait, ready, set, go. So we wait, we get ready, we're set when we're able to, and then when it's time to go, we'll go. And that could be tiny little baby steps, and that could be like a lot bigger, but probably tiny baby steps. Barbara Robinson gave a report on lodging, which of course you kind of talked about a little bit, or Kathy did, and that's pretty much it. The social media campaign basically is about dreaming now and travel later. So I think that's a nice little tagline to use if you're talking to folks from out of town. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Robin. And Michael, any report tonight?
Yeah, I just met with the Steamboat Chamber Board earlier last week, actually at the end of the week, and just encouraged by the optimism of the businesses and lodging to move forward with the Safer at Home, and just encouraging the businesses to kind of follow the rules of engagement and start this slow opening and see where we go. I think a lot of the lodging is just waiting for June 1st to come around and see where we go. But I think that people are still patient, and it was encouraging to get and see everybody together. Ski Corps and the lodging, and Barbara Robinson gave a presentation on that. So it's kind of like everything else. We have to wait and see, but we're doing some baby steps right now.
All right. Thanks, Michael. And then for me, just a quick report. So I participated this morning in a recovery and transition planning panel. We had a good group. It included me and Kara Stoller and John Bristol from the Chamber, and then also Lisa Popovich from Main Street. And then we also had Carrie Ladrow from Public Health. So it was really good, had some good information. And on that point, our policy group, we've switched to meeting once per week now. And actually just before our meeting here, we had our call today. We always meet on Tuesdays now at 3:30. And we have prepared a draft transition plan, which is going to the county commissioners, and they will discuss tomorrow at their Board of Health meeting, which is at noon tomorrow. So please, if anyone's interested, please be sure to tune in and check that out. It is a work in progress, but I think it is some good work. So we're excited about that. And then last thing I wanted to announce is, and I think it's important, the community testing days are going to continue. And as we've kind of heard over the last few weeks, the testing capacity has really increased immensely over the last few weeks. So throughout the month of May, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, there is going to be testing available on a drive-up basis, and that's going to be at the concession stand at the rodeo grounds. And you do need to call ahead for an appointment. And the number for that is 870-5577. So you need to set that up in advance. There will be no walk-ups allowed, but the great news is anybody who's showing symptoms, or if they've had contacts of residents that are suspected or known to have contracted COVID-19, they can call, make an appointment on either Wednesday or Saturday, the Wednesdays or Saturdays throughout May, and get testing. And we're generally seeing those test results come back within 24 to 48 hours. So that's my report.
I really appreciate you bringing that up. I just wanted to reiterate and ask that we all reiterate that you do not need a doctor's prescription at this point. You need to have had symptoms or have potentially been exposed to somebody. I did speak to somebody today in the healthcare line of work who was a little concerned about potential exposure, but didn't know about the test, didn't think the testing was applicable because of needing a doctor's note. So that is no longer a requirement. Is that correct?
That's right. You just need to call. You just need to call this number, and if you're either showing symptoms yourself, or you think you've contacted someone that does, you've been in contact with someone that's showing symptoms, they will allow you to make an appointment and come in for a test.
I'd also say I've had the test, and to make sure that people know that you're going to end up leaving a message. This is not a live phone call, and they will get back to you. So don't panic when you're not reached for quite a few hours. They will get back with you. And this is, there's a, you will get an appointment. Don't fret, but it's not immediate.
Well, one more shout out also, because I have also had the test at House and Hill, and people sort of think that they're going to be in these long lines and they're going to be in crowds with people. I was in and out of there in 4 minutes. And so I just want to stress to the public that this is a real opportunity for us to not only get good information, to get good information for yourself, but for our community. And it's a very painless, well-organized, easy experience that I really hope people will take advantage of. And we really appreciate our partners in Routt County and all the healthcare professionals stepping up to help us make this a twice-a-week event.
Absolutely. Thanks for those clarifications, ladies. All right. Nothing else on council reports. So let's take a quick look at agenda review. Julie, if you would be able to pull up May 19th so we could take a quick look at that. In talking things over during agenda review yesterday, we did note, that the meeting as originally proposed was showing about 4 hours. And Sonia already mentioned that we'd like to have an executive session to talk about some water negotiations issues. And then also, it looks like we probably will need to set aside some additional time on the 19th to talk about additional budget issues. I know we're talking about capital items tonight, but we probably need to slot some more time for additional general fund and operational budget issues for the 19th. So with that said, the meeting would be getting pretty long. So what we discussed yesterday was moving a couple items that were originally scheduled for the 19th to June 2nd, and that would be moving the SSRA meeting. John, I believe you indicated that was going to be okay with the group. And then also moving our community housing update to June 2nd. And Kathy mentioned to me that she reached out to Jason Peasley and he was comfortable with that as well. So did anybody looking here, thanks for pulling that up, Julie. Does anybody else have any other questions about the agenda on May 19th.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mhm.
I've been thinking a little bit about, how we need to use our time and looking over these meeting agendas. And I'm just wondering, do we have a charter obligation for the full city council to conduct the Planning Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission interviews? Or is that something that we could potentially have a subcommittee of the council or some other representation work on?
You want me to answer that one, Jason?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we have technically a charter obligation, but I don't know how comfortable the rest of the group would feel appointing those individuals without talking with them or hearing from them. So I'm happy to hear comment on that.
Yeah, they do provide a written application as well. And I agree that generally it is really good for us all to be here, but I'm kind of just thinking about, is there any place that we can really give more time to the bigger policy issues and streamline?
I guess the only pushback I would have on that is particularly in regard to the Planning Commission, because especially with the changes in their approval authority now, we probably need to make sure we all at least get input with them.
And Jason, I had thought, I didn't know whether anybody would be amenable to doing the meeting, having the interviews between 4 and 5. Or 4:30 to 5, or start the meeting earlier, or we have I don't know. It's just like we keep piling things on, we keep pushing things off. And at some point we're going to have a 6-hour meeting, which none of us want, and it's going to happen. So if there's a way to do something to help that, like we're going to look at moving more things tonight to the 19th. So it's never ending in my mind. And when's it going to stop?
Well, I'm open for any suggestions that the group wants to propose. That's, I was in looking ahead to the 19th. Obviously, I was concerned about the meeting getting too long. So that's why I was moving a couple items to June 2nd. But if you have other thoughts for how you want this agenda to look, I'm open. I'm not sure the earlier start will help us. That's probably, we're still going to have a fairly long meeting either way. But if the group wants to start earlier, we can do that.
I'm opposed to an earlier start, and I'm fine with what you've proposed already, and keeping the agenda as is with the 2 that you moved.
And as far as having the meeting, I was wondering, when we do these interviews and such, right now, are they even meeting? Is it a priority as opposed to the budget and some other things that we do need to spend the time on? And I don't mind postponing it, but I'd like to know, is Planning Commission and Parks and Rec, are those guys actually meeting right now, or what's their agenda and where are they going to ramp up?
Yeah, so the people that are currently sitting in those seats that are open, they get to stay until the new appointments are made. So I don't think they've been meeting as regularly in April, but I do know that Planning Commission at least is meeting in May. And those people will stay on until they are reappointed, or if they get replaced, they would stay in the meetings until they're replaced.
Well, I just think it's better to get it done. We keep pushing the can. Let's stop doing that. Let's just get the interviews done. If there's new folks coming on board, great. That gives them a little bit of time to start thinking about it, working on it, reading, and then they can, get out there and start working.
Okay. Any other concerns or questions about the May 19th agenda?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to continue to question whether or not the things that we're just getting these written reports on, we need to spend as much time as we are. And, we've got the Education Fund Board report on here. I mean, I just think we need to be, these are extenuating circumstances, and we're going to be doing a lot of discussion about budgets. We're hoping that our planning projects continue to come through as they have. And I really think these things that are, I don't want to say niceties, but, check-ins are things that we can drop to a second tier in priority.
All right, we'll keep that in mind as we go forward. Okay, so that's it for the 19th. And then we meet again on June 2nd. And as I mentioned, we are moving the SSRA meeting to that night, as well as the community housing update. to that night. Any other questions or concerns on June 2nd? Okay. Hearing none, let's move on and take a quick look at our next work session, which is June 9th. We haven't had a work session in a couple months at least. So we are scheduled to take a look at a few work session items on the 9th. And Julie's bringing that up. So, you know, kind of to Sonia's point, I guess this kind of brings up questions about, you know, on the transit issue. Is this something that we want to keep on the front burner? I think we do want to keep fire station site selection moving. Chuck, he indicated yesterday that the group is ready to discuss that and give some more recommendations. And then we have glass recycling on there that was added. I believe Robin brought that up and we decided to add that as a discussion item in June. And then the fall ballot initiatives item, that is, you know, kind of the discussion about any tax issues. I think we had lift tax on there listed at one point. I guess the question on that is right now really the time to be discussing any tax issues? So in my opinion, what I was kind of thinking on this one is we keep fire station site selection, we keep glass recycling, but I was really questioning whether we keep the other two items on this work session.
So I guess I'll also question why we're keeping glass recycling. As far as I understand, this is an issue that it's brought to us by one business in the community and one business that is in disagreement with the way things are happening now. And, you know, I think that right now our focus is our entire community, not the conveniences of one particular business. So I'd prefer that we actually put that on the back burner as well until we have an actual formal request that outlines what is it actually that we're talking about. You know, what are the issues that this individual wants us to discuss? What are the pros and cons of taking different choices? I mean, I don't see any reason to be discussing this right now.
Well, and my recollection is when Robin brought this up, we said we would put it on the June agenda, and that's why it's here.
Right. And I feel comfortable keeping transportation and mobility on also. These are all things that we have to work on for the future.
And, you know, I was going to say, depending on when we're talking about a lift tax, I would really hate for us not to continue that conversation, albeit it could be quite short. But the bottom line is, if we don't have that on there, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot for timeframes. And if anything, I mean, I get what you're saying, Sonia, with glass recycling. If something has to come off, I think glass recycling would be the one. But transportation and mobility is definitely huge, and fire, and I believe the ballot issues, it could be big as well. So I don't see us skinnying this at all.
So I guess if we're going to keep these on, what exactly are we looking for on the transit service discussion? What information, what kind of decision points are you looking at for that night?
So that's my question too, Jason, is, you know, part of the issue here is, yes, we do have to keep moving on certain issues, but we also have a staff that right now is having to completely revamp the way that they do business. And, you know, our transit has been a big piece of that and keeping the community moving. So, you know, I guess my question is, how much staff time in preparation is it going to take to get anything from transit, and what are we trying to accomplish? Because it's important, everything's important, but, you know, what's the point?
Yeah, and for me, I was just, the consideration I had too is a lot of this was discussing a regional transit, you know, idea, and I don't have the sense right now that there's a lot of appetite from the outlying communities and the county for, you know, throwing a lot of additional money at a regional transit idea. It's obviously important. It's a really important long-term idea. I guess I'm just wondering if now is the time for us to be talking about that in great detail.
Jason, let me weigh in here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sound check? Okay, great. I should probably do a sound check before we go on the air. I'm wondering, and I may want to hear from John Snyder, we have this transportation or mobility master plan that is moving forward. I wonder if there's key questions that the consultants might want or some guidance from the city council, policy guidance from the city council. So just to try and focus the discussion, I'm wondering if there'd be some value to that. I know that Jonathan Flint can come up and wow you all with multiple slides and detailed data of our transportation system here, and it's really impressive. And but I think it'd be good if we had some focus to policy questions for city council to try and get some pertinent and valuable feedback from the city council.
John, are you there?
Yeah, so we have 2 dates plugged in November and December where the consultants will be coming to city council, giving a presentation and then asking for feedback. The purpose of this June meeting was more to discuss our local transit service, where we currently stand, if you guys would like to see it go. Staff is pretty much ready to go as it is. So staff time at this point is not a concern. The question really is this a topic you want to hear about right now, or would you rather use your time doing something else? It's really up to you guys. Staff way.
Yes, we need to talk about this, and I'm going to tell you why. The reason is that if we push this again, it will continue to get pushed. This is not a short-term planning situation. This is very long-term. And if we don't get the ball rolling, we're going to be out yet another 3 to 5 years. The fact that having a conversation is not going to be painful, and we need to at least give some sort of guidance and direction on where we want and would like to see this go, because this is such a long-term process, and we have to start it sometime. And COVID should not be the excuse to not start it. And anything, it should be the reason why we do, because this may be how the majority of people are going to get around for the long term if our economy goes bad or anything else.
Right, I couldn't agree with
you. I agree, Heather. That's a good point.
All right, so it sounds like the group would like to keep the transit service item on. So we'll also keep the fire station site selection on. What about any discussion of fall ballot initiatives, taxes, et cetera? I kind of mentioned to me, I feel like right now, what I'm seeing in the community, I can't imagine there's a huge appetite for much taxation this year, but if this group wants to talk about it, we certainly can. I would just want to give some pretty clear direction on what we want to talk about that night.
If there's
I
something,
thought you.
no, I was just going to say, if there's something that directly we see we need, but I agree. I don't think it's going to be a priority this year. As we were rolling into the economy in March, the beginning of March, right now, I think we have other pressing issues than new tax ballots that may come up.
Liesl, did you have something?
Yeah, I thought usually this fall ballot initiatives was to just inform us of everything that's going on outside of city council that may be coming on the ballot this year. I guess to me at this point, we're talking more about this agenda than the time it would take to just do the agenda on that date. And if some of these are shorter than others, if the fall ballot initiative ends up being 5 minutes of saying nobody's doing anything, it could be a really quick update. But I'm kind of with Robin and Heather that we need to keep pushing forward and stuff and stop delaying them. And I think all these are topics that could easily be discussed.
Right.
Okay, so yeah,
One
if that's all we're looking at is getting any kind of update of any fall ballot initiatives, which I'm not aware of any right now, but sure, we can see if there are any, and we can get a quick update.
Jason, I also think that it's important that we as a council talk about whether there's anything we want to bring forward. And if that is a 5-minute conversation, a June meeting is about the last time frame you could do anything. So if we're not going to bring anything forward, I think we need to say it as a group and then move on. And that's all I was looking for as far as an update.
Okay, perfect. Then let's keep it on. And then glass recycling, do we, we talked about this. I forget if it was at our last meeting or the meeting before, and we wanted to get an update on this idea of whether glass should be in the recycling stream. So does nobody else, do we not want to hear about that now, or is that
Jason,
something we want to leave on?
Let me weigh in on this, Jason.
Please, go ahead, Gary.
About 3 months ago, I received a written request, a formal request from Les Lyman with Twin Enviro to remove glass from the recycling waste stream. And I checked the code, and he cited a portion of the code. I read the code, and unfortunately, it's poorly written, in my opinion, but it gives the city manager autocratic decision-making ability to say what's recyclable and what's not. So the city manager could say plastic number 4, it's out of here, or glass, it's out of here, or now we're including this or that. And so I told Les, I'm not going to make this decision autocratically. I think it warrants a community discussion because we have a lot of opinions on that. And he had some compelling reasons to take it out. I went and toured the facility. The recyclables that they're packaging and sending to market do get contaminated with the glass. It's broken, it's everywhere, and it's a problem in trying to get good, pure recyclables to market. If we could separate it from the waste stream, there are some options. I'd just like to bring them forward, get some feedback from council, hear from some members of the community before the city manager makes an autocratic decision.
Okay, so then it sounds like we are going to leave this on. We'll
Thank
leave
you.
all these items on.
Gary, you bring up a good point, and that is this item deserves a robust community discussion. And my question is, do we think by June 9th, we'll be able to have the community back in the room with us? And if we don't, then we should delay it until the community is available to engage in this matter.
Hard to say. Likely not. I don't know. I mean, we may be, I would love to see you all in person. It'd be great to be back in the council chambers again. And we may be able to introduce, some public comment and so forth, following public health orders and social distancing and so forth and so on. Completely different discussion. But to have a robust community discussion with 20 people in the room coming up to the podium, that's not going to happen on June 9th. But what we could do is at least introduce the concept, take, 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes max, say, here's the concept, here's the options, perhaps hear from YVSC and hear from the primary stakeholders, YVSC and Twin Enviro, hear their arguments, and maybe take a public comment or two, and then boot it to a future work session. So that's what I'd suggest.
Thank you, Gary. I think we need to get it out there so the public, if they're watching, they have the information, they can start formulating their opinions, their comments, whatever on it. Great.
Then we will keep it all on. Scratch all of my ideas. We will keep the whole agenda.
Thank you.
All right. And then we do have work sessions coming up through July and through the rest of the year. I would like at our next council meeting, I'd like to get some feedback from the group on if you are interested in reprioritizing any of those items and rearranging that work schedule, because a lot of those were really just plugged in at random times based on priorities. So for our next meeting, if you guys could take a look at the work session schedule and give any feedback, that would be great. Okay, and just realized we skipped over the liquor license authority discussion. Thanks for texting me, Robin. I'll go ahead and admit I forgot about that. Council, we're done with agenda review, but before we roll to Gary's city manager report, let's adjourn and then we will do liquor license. So could I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Macy's and a second by Bacino. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, that's unanimous. So we will now convene as the liquor license authority, and the roll call is the same. Everyone is present. And the first main item on tonight's agenda is under category B, item 1, which is to set a hearing date and designate a neighborhood for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Antonio LLC, DBA Apre Burger Bistro. And that's on the consent calendar. Does anybody need to pull that, or are we ready for a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda, item number 1.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Meyer and a second by Macy's. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. And then we have a set of some minutes. We have minutes from March 3rd, March 17th, and April 7th. If I could get a motion to approve those minutes, please.
I'll move to approve the March 17th and April 7th minutes.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Macy's and a second by Sloop. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. And if I could get a motion to adjourn from the liquor license.
Oh, sorry,
Move to-
I didn't move to approve the meeting minutes of the March 3rd because I was not there, so I was going to abstain from that vote. So somebody else
great.
will need to do that.
Will somebody else please make a motion on the March 3rd minutes?
I move to
Move
approve
to
the minutes
approve
for
March
March
3rd.
3rd.
Second.
That sounded like a motion by Pacino and a second by Meyer.
There you
All
go.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, and
Abstain.
Macy's abstains on that one.
I have to as well. I wasn't there.
Okay, Sloop abstains on that one as well. All right, could I get a motion to adjourn from Liquor License Authority?
So moved.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Sloop and a second by Pacino. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. So we're now back into our city council agenda, and we wrapped up our agenda review discussion, and now it's on to staff reports. And Gary, city manager's report.
Thank you, Jason. There's a lot of information in the city manager's report. I'm sure you all have read it. I'm going to hit the highlights and do my best, check the time to stay within 10 minutes. I'll start off with what tops off every newscast is COVID statistics. So just to the updated testing statistics are from Routt County, 1,242 tests administered, 1,183 negative tests. So that's about 95% negative, which in my opinion is encouraging because those are all supposedly symptomatic subjects. So about 95% negative from the tests that have been administered and about 10% of the population. So active hospitalizations, 0. I do want to mention, Jason, you had mentioned it in case anybody just tuned in, Steamboat Springs Community Testing Days will be in May. The concession stand at the rodeo grounds is going to be the location according to the latest news release. And Wednesdays and Saturdays all through May. You can make an appointment by calling 870-5577 for the required pre-screening. So there's the update on the COVID statistics. I have the council directives update in the packet for your review and welcome comments on that at the end of the report. I do want to mention that the SST regional bus, one of our regional bus, our over-the-road coaches, requires an engine overhaul. And this was done by one of our transit fleet supervisor, Lynn Wilhelm, who manages the maintenance for all of the buses, and did some tests and found out that it needed an engine overhaul. Our budget is already over budget due to a large repair earlier this year. It's about a $30,000 job, and we're going to go ahead and do that. We want to get that done because we don't want to have a broken transit bus somewhere between here and Craig. So the good news is, so that's 30 grand. I was going to say we're probably going to have to do a supplemental on that, but then I got an email from Jonathan Flint today that says we are also going to get $100,000 in 5311 funding. 5311 is the code word for federal transportation funding for rural transit systems for commuter bus programs, of which the $30,000 engine rebuild can be paid for. So, so that's good news. So we do plan on proceeding with that engine overhaul for one of our SST regional buses. While I'm on the subject of Colorado Cares funding through the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act that was signed at the end of March, Steamboat Springs Transit was awarded $614,000 from the Colorado Cares Act 5311 funding, which is great, and designated for rural public transportation providers. We also, I got in this email that, like I said, we're also going to get $100,000 for funding commuter programs. So that's great. Congratulations to all the grant writers, to Winnie Ginger in intergovernmental offices and grants, and also to accounting. I've heard great things on the way we're handling these mass transit grants. We're filling out all the proper paperwork, and the money keeps on coming. So that's a good thing. I wanted to give council an update on the compost idea. We had recommended proceeding with one of the innovative ideas from one of our staff members, which was a pilot project to develop and build a compost transfer station and waste dumpster at Howelson Hill. The city could potentially receive a grant for $30,000. It would require a $30,000 match, so it's a 50-50 match, as well as about $20,000 in annual maintenance fees, tipping fees to take the compost to the landfill and where we can recycle it and use it. So we are recommending tabling this project for now, given that we're in the midst of our second round of budget cuts. That's a pretty expensive bite for a pilot project. So we're discussing a temporary option with the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council, their waste management subcommittee. So what they're looking at is to do a drop-off container as a special event, similar to what the community recycling day looks like. So wanted to make council aware of that. If you have concerns about that, we can talk about that next meeting on the 19th when we talk about our operational budget cuts. So it looks like we're recommending that the compost project be tabled for now. I do want to give kudos to all of the city staff for continuing to provide excellent services to the public during this public health emergency. All you need to do is really read this report and see what everybody's been doing and how busy everybody's been. The IT department has been incredible, and I'll talk about them in a little bit in their report. From the departments, general services, facilities assisted in the evaluation and turnover of the ice arena, as well as the community center, to the emergency response team and the EOC Emergency Operations Center for overflow from Yampa Valley, potential overflow from Yampa Valley Medical Center. So there's a picture in the report that shows the bed frames in there and the linens and boxes and so forth. It's a pretty cool picture. And I just wanted to, again, give facilities and Parks and Recreation staff kudos for being able to convert these facilities in the event that we had a hospital surge. Good news is the hospital surge never materialized, and we hope we can keep it that way. We've also modified citywide trash and cleaning services. Accordingly, we've researched, purchased, and distributed mass quantities of cleaning supplies, hand sanitizer sprays, and bleach wipes. They're everywhere around our facilities. We've assisted with the setup and tear down of the Howelson Hill Lodge for COVID-19 testing. So we have been, the facilities crew has been very active in coordinating with the Emergency Operations Center. We're also doing a small remodel inside City Hall here. That's where I'm at now for the City Finance Department to make it more customer friendly and also staff friendly. I do want to acknowledge Steve Hoots, who was our facilities manager, who retired last month, and thank him for his years of service to the city. And everybody else in the facilities department has really stepped up to cover for these important tasks during this difficult time. I talked about information systems. We have implemented Microsoft Teams to all internal staff. So we use the Microsoft suite here, and they've done a number of other things that have, in my opinion, if we were to roll out these software updates and training and everything else, this could possibly take, without a public health emergency, it could take a couple of years and tens of thousands of dollars in training. And these ladies and gentlemen did this in a month. And basically, we have instituted all these high-tech solutions for communication, just as we're doing now, and gone paperless, almost completely paperless, without having to purchase a multi-million-dollar software package. So kudos to IS. They have also information systems. They've also stayed on top of security for our mobile devices. They started a major upgrade to our on-base system, which is what handles all the packets, council packets, and everything else in the clerk's office. They have broadcasted 16 town halls. So these town halls that we've been doing, we did number 16 today, and I just want to thank everybody that's participated in those. They've been very popular. We had 24 daily video updates on Channel 6 and YouTube. Jason, thank you, and Beth Melton for leading those. We've also rebuilt the TV station hardware as we're starting to go toward high def. We're not there yet, but we're working on it. And also setting up Zoom for the city council meetings, as well as many other meetings. Metrics for the last 30 days. Email volume is up by about 25%. Microsoft Teams usage is up 624%. We've had almost 5,000 chat messages, 637 user hours of video meetings, and 672 user hours of audio meetings. There's more stats in there. I'm not going to get into any more detail. GIS, we have loaned Jordan Valen in GIS to the County Emergency Operations Center as an additional GIS resource for the pandemic. So that's indicative of how we've been collaborating, just one example, with the county in their emergency response. In terms of communications, Mike Lane has done a remarkable job focusing on COVID-19 and sharing information across the city's websites, social media, TV channels, as well as working with Route County EOC Emergency Operations Center. The daily updates span, I guess it was close to 30 episodes beginning on March 25th, and provided information to the city and to the county on COVID-19. Those videos saw, Jason, nearly 3,500 views through the city's Facebook and YouTube channels. So we are reaching out there. We've had 16 town halls, as I said. Thank you, Winnie Della Quadri, in partnership with Rock County and the Steamboat Pilot today, and been sharing all of those panel discussions with the community. Covered topics about the virus, testing, mental health. We had the faith community on there. We talked about remote learning, kids activities, and much more. Today, they talked about resiliency and returning to normal. So, quote, normal. We also have our master plan projects that are continuing with transportation master plan or mountain area master plan. Did a radio program on that last week, as well as water conservation. If people want to get engaged in those master plan efforts, you can just go to the city's website at steamboatsprings.net. There's a button right on the bottom that says engage. You can click on that, pick the project of your choice, and weigh in. We had multiple outreach programs. I could go on and on. I'm going to have to speed this up here. The city's Twitter channel saw 65,000 impressions since March 1. Instagram grew to 1,800 followers. So we are really pushing the information out. Very proud of the job that our team has done here. In terms of finance, we are continuing our sales and use tax auditing. And they are performing those reconciliations and building permit fees and sign-offs for certificates of occupancy as remotely as possible. The staff is staggering shifts. There's some time spent working from home and some time in the office here. And I do need to say that those that have been filing for sales tax payments, our vendor, which is called Express Bill Pay, they got overwhelmed. They serve many municipalities. Their site has been sporadic and has been down quite a bit, completely shut down, making the sales tax payments very difficult for our customers. And they have said they're going to increase their hardware capacity to accommodate the increase of traffic. We'll see how that works. If they don't fix that, we're going to have to start looking for alternative solutions because that's not acceptable for the long run. The budget process for 2021 has been outlined in the budget calendar that's been sent out. And hard to believe we're already talking about budget for 2021, but it is timely as we're just making a valiant effort to budget the 2020 budget. We also received a clean audit for 2019. That was emailed out to council, and congratulations to the accounting team that pulled all that together. A lot of that had to be done remotely. Procurement and contracts, a lot of that has gone to electronic signature. All the bids and RFPs are listed in the report. Under grants, we've received $30,000 in CARES funding for Steamboat Springs Airport, $60,000 in CARES funding for regional transit, and then also that's for the SST bus to Craig, $614,000 for local transit, and also $9,100 for EMS services. So the grant writers have been very busy and pulling in a lot of money through the CARES program. So congratulations to the grant writers, Winnie and Ginger, for staying on top of that. In terms of projects, 2A Trails Committee is continuing to meet. Their projects look like they're continuing forward for 2020. For 2A Marketing, the Chamber is in the process of revising their original marketing strategy so that they're ready to go when the ability for tourism starts to occur. We also have on the front of sustainability, our Soul Smart designation that the city has been working on. We're working with the Soul Smart consultants. We have the solar building study, project partners that we have selected are working with McKinstry, which is the consultant on the project. We have a looking at feasibility study on 15 sites. We also have the solar utility study with project partners on that and working with consultants on that. We have the electric vehicle readiness plan that's going forward. We also have the tourism resiliency study that we're working on. And there's a paragraph on each of those in the report. From the fire department, the year-to-date calls for service was 720, which is down 7%, decrease from 2019, but it's still a 16% increase from 2015. That's in attachments at the end of the report. For the month of March specifically, Steamboat Springs Fire Rescue call volume was down 11% from March of 2019. Obviously, that's probably a reflection of the ski area closing. And continuing with the fire department, they've been focused on PPE. I'm sure all of you have heard about that, personal protective equipment, to make sure that they have enough inventory. They've done a lot of training on that. They've been very diligent in using that and applying their correct protocol to make sure that they stay safe and that their customers stay safe as well. They've worked very closely with the EOC in Routt County. They have Zoom meetings regularly with the command officers every other morning to keep staff informed. Fire prevention activity was up 15% for March as compared to March of 2019. This is mostly on a strong number of building permits. We do expect those building permits to decrease based upon working with the Routt County Regional Building Department. For obvious reasons, everything's pretty much been shut down and people are realigning their plans. So very proud of all the accomplishments that the staff is responsible for, and a real team effort and collaboration on all fronts. I am working on a productivity report, so that's in draft form. I want to get that to City Council, so you'll see that soon in terms of how we have adapted as an organization to these unusual times. So that's my report. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I apologize, I ran over.
All right. Thanks, Gary. So I'll go around the table and see if anyone has questions. Heather, do you have any questions for Gary?
I do. Gary, on the marketing, 2A marketing, your little bullet about revising the original strategy.
Right.
I guess my question is this so big a task that we contract this out? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's for the for the bike pamphlet, for the bicycling pamphlet. It goes out every year, and there's money that's earmarked for that. And yes, we outsource that. We used to outsource it to another agency, but that agency has folded, and so right now the chamber's doing that. So yes, we outsource that to the chamber since they have all the marketing, design, graphic people working over there.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Robin, any questions for Gary?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that delinquency notices did not go out. I
Right.
think that bodes well for us in the community to say that, you know, we understand. At the same point, is it necessary to, in some kind way, let people know, especially, you know, because it basically says for those even prior to February, and just, you know, that we keep in how do we keep in touch with people in our community that somewhere down the line we have to work out a payment plan or forgive the balances or whatever it might be. So I'm wondering whether there's a plan or a strategy for that.
And Robin, I don't know the answer to that, but I'll call on Kim Weber. She may be able to address that.
Yeah, good evening, Kim Weber, Finance Director. So we're starting this week with making phone calls along with emails and sending out delinquency notices. We're changing our messaging a bit to encourage payment plans. We're concentrating our first efforts on people who, for the sales tax that didn't file. Utilities will go out like normal. For sales tax, we really encourage people to actually file, but we have a lot of people who didn't. So we're starting there, encouraging people to file, and then reminding them that payment is due on the 20th for that. And we're sending out delinquencies on utilities as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't want it to be like doom and gloom, but at the same point, people, they need to understand, and we can do whatever we have to do, and you'll probably need to come to us at some point and say, look, you know, we need help, or
Yep.
we have people in our community need help, or how do we get the resources that are being raised in the community to help some of these folks get through this. So,
Will
okay,
do.
thank you for that.
All right. Okay, Michael, any questions for Gary?
No, I don't have any at this time. I appreciate all the information that you got in there. It was definitely a lot in that report. I'm one of the business owners that looked at express bill pay, and it was down. So glad to see that they're going to increase their hardware capacity, because that was an issue for sure right when I was trying to pay my taxes, and I couldn't pay them through that site. So I'm glad that we're getting that taken care of. But overall, I appreciate you running the city's business right now. That Gary, good job.
And
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you're trying to pay us and we're saying, no, we don't want your money. So that's not good.
And Jason, I have one other question for the
Oh, sure,
fire.
go ahead.
About the existing building inspections and liquor license inspections were halted, which I totally understand. Is there a plan to get back on track with that, and how far behind will we be when that happens?
I don't know how far behind we'll be, but yes, there is a plan to get back on track with that as conditions permit. So I know it's been a priority system, and if we can do things remotely or through video, they will do that. And sometimes it requires going out in the field. If they go out in the field, then we have to, obviously take all the precautionary measures. But as far as I know from the report, we're keeping up. But I'll have to check. I'll have to check with Chief Sarasoli and get back with you on that.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. So Lisa, any questions for Gary?
No questions at this time.
Okay, Sonia, any questions for Gary? Take that as a no. Okay, Kathy, any questions for Gary?
No questions for Gary.
Okay. All right, Gary, thank you very much for your report.
Appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and that brings us to our police department update, and Chief Christensen is here, and he has pinky sworn to me that he will keep this to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jason. I'm not sure that's exactly how it went, but Kent's going to help me out with my PowerPoint, so that should show up here in a second. So the first slide I'd like to start with is staffing. I just tell you right now we're currently short. So next slide, Kent. We are currently down one person, and that is due to the passing of Sergeant Wilson. And so that's our only vacancy. We do have one officer in the police academy. We expect her to be solo patrol, like late September, early October. I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to some COVID related kinds of things. We were authorized a fourth CSO position. We have that person hired in their training. And every other area we have is fully staffed. So our last voluntary resignation on the sworn side was January of 2019. So we're about 17 months without a voluntary resignation. You will know I did have to terminate one employee mid-year last year, but outside of that, I'll talk about retention in a little bit. But we continue on 12-hour shifts. We have moved our animal control officers and our community service officers to 12-hour shifts to create some efficiency. So all of the shifts are working 12 hours right now. In all honesty, it's really helped us in the COVID as well, having these opposite end shifts. In our goal towards a level of diversity in our organization, I am proud to say that 21% of our sworn officers are women. I put in there the national average is 11 and 12%, and we're way ahead of the national average. And I'm really proud that we are attracting and retaining quality women who want to be a part of SSPD. And then, as you know, we started a language bonus. And I'm proud to say we got two of our employees, one police officer and one records clerk, who scored very, very high in the Spanish language. So that offers us some Spanish language diversity, and we're really proud of those officers and that officer and that employee. So, next slide for me, please. We'll talk about calls for service. Our calls for service from 2018 to 2019 are up 17.8%. So we have some slight increases in things like sexual assault, domestic violence. And I'll point out domestic violence because that is a passion of mine. In 2019, we had 173 cases of domestic violence. That's 173 too many, frankly, up from 171 the year before in 2018. So still high incidences, but hopefully we could impact some of that. A lot more motor vehicle accidents. I gave you some of the numbers down there, so I don't need to get into it too much, but just know that our calls for service have increased by 17.8%. And in 2020, from January 1 till now, we're up over 30%. So in a time where you think our calls for service would be going down, we're seeing actually an increase. And some of that's COVID related, and when I get into the COVID kinds of conversations, I'll talk more about that. Next slide for me, please, Kent. So let's talk about COVID. One of the challenges we have is, and pictured in there is Jordan Dorr. She's one of our new CSOs, but the police academy is run through the community college system. So when all the schools shut down, our police academy was suspended, which caused about a month delay in the graduation of our current trainee. So that's a month longer. She would have been graduated and up here by now, and not till the end of May. I will say a large majority of our public health complaints fall inside the city limits. As of the report this morning, there had been 194 public health order complaints. 174 of those have been in the city limits. So Steamboat Springs Police have been taking most of those calls. One of the things I want to talk to you about is so I ran the numbers from 2019. I used March 24th to April 27th. In 2019, we had 1,365 calls. In 2020, we had 2,045 calls. So that's just telling you what kind of increases we're getting just in that short time frame. I ran the numbers again this morning just to show you a little bit. In theft complaints, we're up 45%. In noise complaints, we're up 83%. In harassment complaints, we're up 280%. And I know this will factor later in bear complaints. We're up 94%, so almost double the number of bear complaints from last year in the same time frame. 324 to 52 is kind of what I'm looking at. So we're seeing increases in a variety of different calls. And I put in for you a couple of a kind of what the public health order complaints are looking like. And I'd just like to kind of point out the one that's kind of my favorite because it's the most ridiculous. And this is exactly the call that what was on the computer for the officers. 2 teenage males at the skate park. RP is screaming and advising he wants to make an example out of them, but he will go to prison if he does. Sick of watching people do whatever they want because he can't due to the Chinese attacking us biologically. RP would not give his name. So that's some of the things that we're facing. Another one, 3 families, 6 children playing together. So these are some of the things that we're responding to, but that's some COVID-19. Kent, I'll take the next slide, please. One of the things we discovered, honestly, if we sat down and thought about it, is 90% of the law enforcement for all of Routt County resides in the Clef. And so the sheriff and I had a small panic when we realized that, which is why we very quickly locked the Clef down. We very quickly went to using PPE and getting protective measures and social distancing and things like that long before, because we were really nervous if it got in there. I will tell you, we had a conversation about how this would have gone if we were still in 840 Yampa, and we're glad we have the room to spread out. Some of the other issues with COVID-19 issues are the courts. You know, our municipal court is running a little bit. I'm not even sure if we're doing much, but our county courts and our district courts aren't running hardly at all. Trials have been canceled, which once this floodgate opens up is going to really cause us a lot of issues, honestly, with the backup in the court system. So we're kind of bracing for that. And then, as we know from COVID-19 issues, our summer activities and our special events, we're seeing the cancellations, and we know there'll be an impact. I do want to, Gary pointed it out, and I do really want to put a special shout out to IT and to Angela McCarty specifically. I will tell you that having a dedicated public safety IT person is a complete game changer for us, and has really benefited us amazingly in continuity of service and things like that. I just wanted to really point out that we really love having that resource. So next slide for me, Kent, please. So here's a couple things we could be doing better. Frankly, our training is lacking. We've had to cancel a variety of training through the year. This means some of the specialty training that we would have officers be learning and growing is not happening. And in the second round of budget cuts, we've basically gotten rid of all of our training money. So we're gonna have to get creative and figure out how to get some of this training in. And then I also mentioned organized community programs. We canceled our Citizens Academy, but we're also struggling to do Coffee with a Cop and some of the other programs that we like to do, and we're going to focus once we get kind of past the pandemic. We're going to try to refocus on some of our organized community programs. Kent, I'll take the next one. So here's what I think is going well. The Clef, as I mentioned, has really helped us get separated out, but it's also helped us to really serve our community. And it continues to be just a benefit every single day to work side by side with the sheriff's office. Retention is going really well. As I don't believe the SSPD has ever seen this level of retention in the history of the police department. It's been 17 months since we've had a voluntary resignation. I think that's pretty amazing. We continue to work on creating an environment that is welcoming, that is positive for our employees, and we're really excited about where we're at with all of that. Even though we're not doing organized community work, we are getting out in the community. So we're doing really well at kind of that spur of the moment, whether it's buying cookies from the Girl Scouts and helping out the Girl Scout troops earn their badge, to preschools and the middle school and the junior or in the high school, things like that. So we're pretty excited about those kinds of things. We're getting invited and we're able to respond. We've done several of those drive-by birthday parties in our community, which apparently no adults want those, but a lot of the kids are getting those drive-by birthday parties, and we're getting out and doing those. And then again, I think just a shout out to IT. I think our technology is going really well, and I just really appreciate the work that our IT folks are doing to keep us running. And with that, I will take any questions. I think I made it, Jason.
I think you did all right. All right, thanks, Chief. So I'll go around and see if we have any questions. Let's see, Sonia, do you have any questions for the Chief?
I do. Thanks so much for all of this great information, and congratulations on how the department is looking. I think it really is fantastic that we haven't had voluntary resignations and that the tone and the feel of the place is much improved. So I really appreciate that. I just wanted to ask if you could, at some future date, if folks would like to see this, I'm curious about the information that we're getting about the increase in calls. And, you know, obviously with people staying at home and reporting things perhaps more frequently, you know, my curiosity, my question is, there's going to be a period of time to stay home, then there's going to be the safer at home, then we're going to be in a different phase. And I'm just wondering if we can kind of track the information about the types of calls that you're getting through those different phases, because I think it'd be kind of informative to see, are we seeing an increase in activity, or is it just an increase in calls as a result of people being in their homes with nothing better to do than call you guys?
Yeah, we are keeping an eye on that, and that's a great question. I do think some of these calls I do call them the "we're at home so we can call" kinds of calls, right? We notice our neighbors are being noisy. We feel harassment, those kinds of things. We are two of our areas that have really grown. One is welfare checks. So we're getting a lot more calls of other people saying, "I'm worried about another person," right? And then our extra patrols is going way up. Requests such as Councilwoman Sloop asked about neighborhoods. And so we're getting into the neighborhoods, but we're getting called for those. We're also doing infrastructure kinds of extra patrols. As an example, early on in the pandemic, we would get called from like Walgreens, and we would meet their delivery truck at 3 a.m. to stand by and take care of that in case, just to protect, you know, the toilet paper, because everybody was, you know, after the toilet paper. So we're seeing increases there as well, but I'd be happy to, as we move through things. One thing I found very interesting is so we have a call called drunk pedestrian, and that's where a citizen calls in somebody out on the street, drunk, stumbling around, and they want us to go check on them. That number is exactly the same as it was last year. And when the bars are closed. So I just found that kind of interesting that as many drunk people are wandering around with closed bars as there were with open bars.
Well, I appreciate that. And, you know, I'm glad to hear you guys are doing those welfare checks. I think, you know, during this time of people being in their homes, there can be increased isolation. And in your written report to us, you mentioned just keeping an eye on suicides. And so I'm glad that people are looking out for each other and that you guys are helping with that. I really appreciate that.
All right. Okay, Liesl, any questions for the Chief?
Yeah, Chief, I'm just curious if the calls for the public health order complaints, do you have a feel for, are the majority of those actually people violating the public health orders, or is it more people in fear of what's going on?
I don't think it's mostly unfounded. So it's people not understanding the public health orders, which is understandable if that makes sense. They can be confusing, and then it's picking that piece of the public health order that someone is angry about. So from time to time we get calls about people not wearing masks in public, which is really not prohibited. You know, you don't have to. And so I'm actually in the process of trying to transition from the police handling these now to getting back to public health handling these. We're finding they're unfounded. And frankly, I'm beginning to get a little worried about what's the relationship we have with our community that we're sending the police after you because 6 kids are playing on the driveway.
Right. And then I just wanted to mention, at Advocates, we have seen a pretty significant increase in crisis calls for domestic violence. And the concern is always that, you know, the police may not be getting called, but we certainly are. So.
All right. Michael, any questions for the Chief?
Yeah, Chief, I was wondering about I know that you're doing some budget cuts with the CSOs, and we were talking about the parks and a lot of the activities. But as we blend this into the river tubing, how are we going to patrol some of that? Is that still in the works? Or are we kind of scaling all that back with this second round of budget cuts?
Well, spoiler alert, I did submit today taking out any seasonal employees. I recommended that as a for the budget. So not having any money for seasonal employees at all for the summer. So sorry, Kim, that's a little bit of a spoiler alert.
Well, are you planning, thinking traffic control? I mean, we still don't know what's going to happen with our, all the events that we have downtown, whether it's the Corvette or the Mustangs and things like that. But are we planning to do, we still have enough staffing for any of that going on, or do we really depend on seasonal for that kind of stuff? Not knowing where we are with it, but still managing that kind of work.
Right. Well, the Mustangs are canceled, so that's that's not happening. But we're going to just use on duty. We're going to have to use on duty resources. I do have the 4 CSOs. It is one of the reasons why I moved ahead with hiring the 4th CSO. We have been talking about. We haven't promised them any set schedule this summer. We told them that they're kind of our go-to. We've had some conversations I have with Angela Cosby about maybe training some of her staff in things like managing parking at Emerald and those kinds of things. So we are gonna buck up and figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Robin, any questions?
No, not yet now. Thanks.
Okay, Heather, any questions for the chief?
Yeah, Chief, I guess when you were making the comment about the 6 kids in the driveway and you're going to punt that to public health, how is public health supposed to do that? I thought realistically, the messaging we've been getting from public health is if you see something and feel as though the order is being violated, that you should be contacting your local law enforcement. So I'm questioning where that is and what we're doing, because it's confusing now to me on what's supposed to happen. I understand some of the stuff may feel ridiculous, but there is some validity to a lot of people feeling concerned that there's a lot of people that are not adhering to the public health order.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky. We are one of the few, and it's getting fewer communities using law enforcement for these kinds of orders. This is truly a public health issue. It is theirs to staff. It is theirs to answer to. So we helped out in the beginning. The sheriff has deputized several county individuals that can handle this, and unless there's a breach of safety, right? There's a breach of the public safety. There's really no reason for a police officer to go see if 6 kids are in a driveway. And we're finding that the majority, as Councilwoman Pettis pointed out, we're finding the majority of these are really unfounded. And honestly, I am growing concerned as to how does our community view the police department in these public health orders. So it truly is a public health issue, not a police issue. And there will be a line they can call, and they're not an emergency, and public health can follow up on them.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're being very clear with our messaging on what to do if you do have a concern, because the reality is there's so much information that's being pushed through the PIOs right now with the COVID. I think there needs to be some sort of good public messaging from us, especially if this is a concern of yours, and maybe Mike can help out with that to make sure that if people are concerned about public health orders, that they need to contact the correct people to do that. I would hope that they would do that. But as it stands now, I don't know if that's very well advertised on how to go through and do those things.
And as it stands now, we haven't made any changes. I'm telling you what I'm going to work toward. And so when that happens, yeah, we'll get the messaging out that how that call has to happen. As of right this second, it's as it's always been, but I am moving in that direction. I just wanted to kind of forewarn you of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kathy, any questions for the chief?
No questions.
All right. Yeah, no questions for me, Chief. So thank you for your report. Thank you for everything you and the team are doing, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason.
Right. Okay. So zooming right along, it's 6:20 and we're on item number 4. We are going to move to community reports, and this is item 4, the 2020 capital budget update. And Kim Weber is here to present this one for us. Kim.
Thank you, Council. Kim Weber, Finance Director. I'm going to start off with a presentation, and then we can move to questions. So again, we're talking primarily about capital budget, but capital budget is intertwined closely with the general fund budget. But I'm glad we've scheduled some discussions on the general fund for a couple weeks from now, so we can really focus on that. But to start it off, when we approached reducing the capital projects fund, we really wanted to align with the revenue reductions that we anticipate seeing. As you know, our capital fund is funded with building use and excise tax primarily, along with the transfer from the general fund. And so we want to align with those projected revenues. Plus, we want to be able to provide some flexibility financially. We need some time to monitor the situation. We don't want to jump into any long-term contracts that would tie up reserves that we might need to use for operations if this continues. So some of the suggestions are really just to give us some time to monitor the situation and see where we're going to head. And then the third, of course, is making sure we address the city's infrastructure. So it was kind of a balancing act when we went with this. So here's what our original 2020 budget that you approved looked like, along with what staff is proposing tonight. So at the end of 2019, the ending reserves for the capital projects fund were 13.8 million. With all the revenue that we anticipated getting in the original budget, less all the expenditures, assuming that we did everything, we would have ended the year about $5 million in reserves. What we're proposing now, based on our building officials' preliminary building use and excise tax projection, is taking that revenue down some. We'll still get the grants we anticipate, still transferring the amount from the general fund, but then taking our capital projects fund down from 19 million down to 17 million. We'll end about 5.6 million. This is a little bit better than we first budgeted. However, I think as we go along, this building use and excise tax number, I think we may be a little optimistic on that. So here's a fairly busy graph with a lot of information, but I wanted to show the trend since 2007 on what our reserves have been. This was also requested by a city council member over the years to be able to see. So over the years, you'll see these are our general fund reserves and our capital fund reserves. Really, there's no reason we can't transfer reserves between the general fund and capital fund. So I lumped them together to show. So you'll see that we built up some of the general fund reserves here in 2011, 2012, 2013, and then we transferred a significant amount into the capital projects fund, which then the gray bar gets bigger. And then it stayed pretty steady. There's a steep decline from 2019 to 2020 budget. And it doesn't mean that we're spending down the reserves a great deal. What this is these are actual reserves over these years. And this is assuming if we spent every single dollar we had budgeted, which is very unlikely. So this doesn't mean it's because we increased our budget. This just assumes that we spend everything. We also added the $1.5 million for the fire EMS property tax in here as a restricted reserve. So what this is saying is with our new proposed budget, we'd have about $5.7 million in capital projects fund reserve at the end of 2020. And still about 15 to 16 million in the general fund reserves. And I want to also point out that this does not include any of the use of reserves that we talked about during the phase 1 budget cuts of 2020. So here are the specific projects we're looking at. We're looking at delaying these projects. Our recommendation is that the budget stays appropriated for these projects, but we hold off in moving forward too quickly. One of them is the enterprise software, the core project. A couple reasons for this. One main one is reducing the staff citywide by 10%. Before, we were worried about how city staff such as department managers, administrative assistants, the finance department, the procurement department would be able to implement a whole new software as it was. Now we've cut everyone's hours by 10%. So there's a concern on being able to actually implement that. We were to the point where we had demos scheduled in April. We've now asked the 4 companies that we were working with to give us 6 months to really look at this and decide what we're going to do. We would renegotiate terms because the project will look a lot different now. And then another one that we talked about at an earlier council meeting a little bit is the rodeo grounds parking lot paving. This has a lot of grant funding along with it, but the Public Works Director has recommended that we wait till fall to bid this project and have 2021 construction. This gives us some flexibility on the 1.2 million, but still allows us to move forward with the project next year. We also suggest that we delay some of the stormwater improvements and but move forward with 350,000. So not all of it. And some of this has to do with the grit dump as well, which John can talk about. And then the 4th one is the core trail pedestrian lighting. We are proposing that we delay this, maybe finish design this year and construction next year. And if we reopen and we have special events that it provides a safety issue that we don't have that area lighted, we've talked about that we could use portable light lamps to provide the lighting needed for 2020, but delay it till 2021. So here are the projects that we are recommending that we actually reduce or reduce the scope. And I provided you the details on that, along with attachment 2 has all of the details for each project, but reducing the scope for the Yampa River restoration, reducing the scope significantly for the ice arena locker rooms, the general paving program, cutting it in half and monitoring it, reevaluating that. We do have another analysis planned for that so we can find out where we're at. The medians, taking that down some. The House and Hill landslide stabilization, taking it down significantly. And then the bridges that we've talked about, taking them down some. And then the Fish Creek underpass. The Fish Creek underpass is a continuation of a project, and the engineers believe that they can get that all completed and wrapped up with less money. The rest of these would be, any additional funding would be re-evaluated in the 2021 project ranking and put back into the pie with everything else. Which same thing with these ones, the projects eliminated. We identified 4 projects to be eliminated and then re-ranked in the 2021 budget process. The police vehicle radio replacement, Spring Creek Trail improvements, community house. The ball field improvements, this is a contractual agreement with Triple Crown to where the city budgets $90,000 of improvements to the ball fields, and Triple Crown pitches in 15,000 of that, so it's a 75,000 city cost. Angela's been in discussions with Triple Crown and have mutually so far agreed that we could postpone that for 2020, saving the city 75,000, saving Triple Crown 15,000. However, this we haven't actually amended the contract, so it's still on the table for discussion. So when we look at these really align with the three goals: adjusting the expenditures, providing some flexibility, yet we're still continuing with 36 projects. So it's not like we are slashing the whole capital budget. We're still putting $8 million towards moving forward with capital and having some on the back burner and taking some completely off the table. So other things that we need to talk about, I don't want it to take up the full 60 minutes because any one of these projects could probably take up the whole hour. But on the fire station, we do have the fire EMS property tax. It's sitting in restricted reserves right now. It's originally there was about $300,000 that was dedicated towards additional personnel. For the time being, we've put those additional personnel on hold, and we'll talk about those on May 19th. But I just want you to remember that we have that. Do we want to keep it restricted for the fire station? Do we want to use it for fire EMS operations? We also have $100,000 in the 6-year CIP that comes out of capital fund reserves that we could actually use those fire EMS reserves. It's two different buckets of reserves. So like some direction on that. And I just want to point out that we don't have any other funds in our 6-year CIP specifically earmarked for a fire station. There's been a lot of discussions at the council level when we had savings, year-over-year savings, that, well, we want to put that 1.2 million, that needs to stay there for the fire station. I don't think anyone anticipated the dilemma we're facing now, but I did want to point out that right now we don't have any actually earmarked for that. So next steps, do we want to proceed with the fire station design, the $100,000? At this point, that wasn't proposed to be cut out of the budget, but like some discussion on that. Do we want that to come out of general fund or capital fund reserves, or do we want that specifically to come out of the fire EMS property tax? And then do you want additional conversation on that? Probably not appropriate for tonight, but maybe a future council meeting. We also have $1.5 million of general fund reserves that are budgeted to be transferred to the capital fund. It would be my recommendation that we not make that transfer, that we hold that $1.5 million in the general fund reserves to cover operational needs if needed. It doesn't, it takes that capital fund reserve down $1.5 million, but I believe that it's appropriate to leave that in the general fund at this time to cover operations if needed. So I covered that pretty quickly, but I knew there'd be a lot of questions, and the other directors, specifically, especially Chuck, Angela, and John, can answer questions on specific projects.
All right. Thank you very much, Kim. So let's go around the table and see what questions we have first. Robin, did you have any questions for Kim?
Not right now, except that my video is off and it says it will not turn back on. So just that for whomever is doing IT tonight.
Okay, I clicked the button to ask the video to start, so we'll see if that helps.
Do you want to try it again?
Yep, I just clicked it.
Okay,
there you
cool.
go.
Thanks. We're back. Thank you.
So no questions right now, Robin?
Nope, thank you.
All right, Michael, any questions for Kim?
No, I don't have any questions specifically, but we'll get into some discussion a little bit.
Okay. Liesel, any questions for Kim?
I don't right now.
Okay. Sonia, questions for Kim?
Yes, I do have a few questions. I've got two questions on the cuts, one on the reduced scope and one on the eliminated. So on the things that are being cut, when you talk about the paving, the rodeo parking lot, do we have any indication as to whether or not the rodeo is moving forward with plans to operate this summer?
I've had mixed conversations in the last 2 days, so maybe Angela knows.
Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. The rodeo has currently delayed the start of their season. I believe right now they're hopeful to start in July, but they're still evaluating that moving forward.
Okay, and then on the stormwater, 150,000, I believe it was, that was proposed in the cuts. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I think there was an article today in the paper just about flooding, and I was on the stormwater committee, so I know how we've been rolling that stormwater improvement stuff out. So I'd like to know a little more about that.
John Snyder, Public Works Director. The cuts would primarily come from two areas. One is design of Butcher Knife Creek improvements between Hill Street and Oak Street. We would delay that, put that off to a subsequent year. And the other would be slip lining of some deteriorated culverts. So in essence, that's a major capital maintenance. So those two are the major items that would go into stormwater cuts for this year.
Okay, great, thanks. Then going into the reduced scope projects, the house and hill stabilization, you know, when I first saw that, I kind of thought, how do we do that? How do we predict what we're going to need for stabilization and then cut it? Are we going to have half as stable a slope or stabilize half the area? How does that work?
Sure. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Rec Director again. I'd like just to distinguish the difference between efforts made to stabilize Howelson Hill for the future and mitigation to any movement that takes place this year. With the 350,000, our intent was to move forward with one phase of the project, and that was installing a culvert to help reduce some of the seasonal runoff and make sure that if there is any land movement in that area, we don't end up with a flooding issue and blocking the Yampa. So we prioritized that first, and then the second phase was going to be some soil pinning, and that's what we would like to propose postponing till next year.
So basically, making sure it doesn't get worse, but not necessarily making it a whole lot better.
No, I wouldn't say that. And while we are on this topic, staff is monitoring the land movement daily since we are in that season, and we are seeing some movement. So that known, we still do think we need to move forward and get that culvert in the ground and help prepare for the future. But I wouldn't say it's even partially addressing the issue. It's a start, and we need to continue moving forward and investing in it. But we're at the time of year where we have efforts planned on what we want to do during the summer, but we also have to now, since we are in the land movement season, we have to wait and see what happens as well.
Okay, thanks. Here's my last question, and Angela, this is probably for you as well. You know, in the cost savings for the contractual obligation with Triple Crown, a lot of people have been asking me, do we anticipate that we're going to see Triple Crown? So do you have any information on that?
Sure. We've been talking to Triple Crown weekly as well. They are, our first tournament scheduled with Triple Crown is looking to be, I believe, June 8th. And they are still planning on coming for that as long as state and local orders allow.
All right, thanks so much. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
All right. Kathy, any questions?
Yep, I have just two. Kim, what is the community house that we're reducing by $72,000?
So that is the house in Little Toots Park. And Angela can provide a little more detail, but we were reducing it. We did not get the grant that we applied for. And Angela had suggested that instead of closing the park twice, once when we need to redo Little Toots Park and once for the community house, that we should do them at the same time. But Angela, do you have anything additionally to add?
Sure, I'll add a little bit. This was originally a facilities project. They take care of that building. So besides that, what Kim added, I think it's best to delay and do all projects at once.
Okay. And then my other has to go back and goes back to the rodeo grounds, the parking lot paving. When we talk about the providing the city with $1.2 million in flexibility, is that $1.2 million the entire project, or is that part of the grants?
The $1.2 million is just the city's contribution towards it. The grant is $830,000 or $828,000.
And I know Heather asked this before, but I want to make sure I remember it correctly. If we delay bidding until October and construction till next year, that grant is not in jeopardy. We've been kicking this can down the road too.
So the grant deadline is October of 2022.
Okay.
The one concern though would be whether or not CDOT decides to pull unspent grant funds because they're having revenue issues.
Kathy, you're reading my mind. I just was texting John that exact question.
Kathy, are you done with your questions, or?
Yeah, I am, but the answer to the second question gives me a great deal of pause. If there's any reason that we could lose 800,000, I think we need to have a big discussion about this item.
I'm going to call Mark Rogers with CDOT tomorrow morning and get a better read from him. But I don't know that anybody at CDOT knows what their fiscal picture is going to look like moving forward.
Okay. So I can give you some clarity because I spoke with Mark and Mark's couple bosses up in Denver this week about these such things. And basically, they're not going to give anybody any fiscal answers until the state legislature kind of works through the budget. They're looking at $7 billion of cuts in the next 4 years for the state in general. And so CDOT is the first one to get pretty much cut. For some reason, they're always the first to get cut. And from what I was told, kind of in a roundabout way, if contracts, if projects that have grants of any type are not let in as much as getting the contract, then they are all up for consideration. Now, I'm not sure about CMAQ monies, but this was pretty profound in the comment that I was given from Denver CDOT, that anything that didn't have a contract attached to it that was saying that it was going to actually go to construction was considered a potential to be lost.
All right. Thanks, Heather. Kathy, were you done with your questions?
I am.
Okay. And Heather, did you have any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. I did have one quick question about, are there any of these projects that we're worried about that the, outside of losing grant money, are we worried about any of the costs increasing for any of these projects? And I'm particularly wondering about the software project, but I don't know if there are any others that we would be particularly concerned if the cost would go up based on a delay.
I can speak to the software project. We're hoping the costs go down on that. And we've talked about renegotiating that already with the vendors. Some of that was because that they wouldn't be able to come out and do on-site training. But that one, no one else has expressed any concerns about costs going up. But if anyone does have concerns about that, they can speak up.
Jason, I can tell you, I'm getting I don't know, 3 or 4 emails a day from software companies with the magic software solutions and killer deals only, today and today only. So they appear to be fairly desperate to get some cash flow going based upon the emails and solicitations I get.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. So I think that concludes questions. So I guess the first kind of decision point is, does council basically, are you comfortable with the direction staff is taking with the capital budget reductions right now? Does anyone have any specific concerns based on what Kim has provided to us tonight? And obviously, none of these are easy decisions, obviously, but go ahead, Heather.
Liesel.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I have some, they're not necessarily concerns, but some items I think we should discuss during these talks about the budgets and what we're looking at. And, I think a couple things come to mind is when we cancel all of our, not all of them, but several capital projects, to me, I worry, are we creating more of an issue for our community economically? We certainly employ several people within those trades who help with those projects, which pushes money back into our community, which then gets those people out buying things. And so that is one concern I'd like to talk about. The other thing that I think we really should talk about is, this is a very, very different situation than 2008. So I don't want to compare them. However, one thing we have said repeatedly is that if we knew now what we knew, if we knew then what we knew now, we would have done 2008, 2009, 2010 very differently, and that we would have actually pushed more projects back then because we could have possibly gotten a better value, but also, once again, to help our local economy. I sat in on the school board meeting last night, and they are obligated to go forward with the school. It wasn't necessarily a choice for them, but they said when they've been bidding their projects, they've seen more bids per trade than they've ever seen before. And it's because people are looking for work right now. And so I see some value in using more reserves to go forward or getting creative to go forward with some projects versus cutting everything. I certainly want to be cautious because we just have no idea what to expect. But I think we need to consider that we should still be trying to get some money back into the community to help our economy.
And Jason, Liesel, I know you started this conversation a few weeks ago, and I fully and 100% are behind your thoughts and ideas. Kim, you had said to all of us exactly what Liesel just said. If we knew today how, what was going on, we would have done 8, 9, 10 differently. And I would like to hear from staff, specifically Kim and anyone, about what would we have, not necessarily what we would have done differently, but how you can take the experiences from those several years and make it work better, not only for the city, but for our community, as Liesel said, because we do contracts with people in our community. We keep people employed in our community during a tough time and a good time as well. So I would like to hear from staff and specifically Kim about what would you, not what you would do different from before, but what are the lessons learned so that we don't do it the same way we did it a few years back?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I've said that over and over that we should have not canceled all of our deferred maintenance. We shouldn't have halted everything. I looked back, and in 2010, we only did $4 million of capital projects, which is why you still see $8 million in this proposed budget. And only a lot more projects moving forward than on the eliminate. The difference is, well, one of the major differences is it was a little more predictable. Right now, I'm a lot more nervous. The other thing is the deferred maintenance that I think we should have done more of is actually in the general fund. It's the replacing the carpet. It's the work on House and Hill Lodge. It's the painting. It's the small contractors that were knocking on the door ready to work that I really think we should have done. We haven't touched facilities budget yet, really much, which is where I think we should stay. I think we shouldn't reduce that $500,000 too much. These big projects, my concern is signing a contract to be contractually obligated and then seeing this last 3, 4, 5, 6 months and not having the operating reserves to cover it. So those are my thoughts. I don't disagree that that was a lesson learned. I am talking more of the smaller projects, but yeah, if that was definitely a lesson learned.
So I'd like to just jump in because I was a part of those discussions as a council member at that time. And, I think that it's true that we could have had a much more robust discussion like you're suggesting, Liesl and Robin, just about, what is the appropriate balance of, investing in the community, keeping people working, doing projects, and then also saving. I think that definitely there was discussion around that, but we really need to be talking about those issues big time. The other piece of it, however, I want to introduce into the equation as we think about this stuff is we also need to be a little bit aware of and sensitive to the perception of the community about how we're spending their money, because I've had some conversations with folks about some capital projects and just how would people feel if they were in a situation where they were homeschooling their children, 2 people, no job, and the city is building X project or Y project. So I think it's just important to layer in that also community perception of our actions and whether or not they're appropriate. I will say, that being said, I agree with everything that Kim said. As far as we really, in the last go round, we hit it hard. We cut things deeply, and I think you see from the graphic trend that Kim put together for us, it paid off in the sense of building back those reserves so that they were healthy in case something like this happened again. So I think we did learn lessons. I think Kim's totally correct about what could have been done differently. I'm going to pivot to the original question that Jason asked, which was, does anybody have any specific concerns with these cuts? And there's one that I really do, and that's the stormwater project. So I think I mentioned to you guys, I was in the stormwater committee. We discussed and debated for ad nauseum, how do we improve the city system to not only get up to certain appropriate standards, but really, stormwater is kind of a life safety issue. And the recommendations that came out of that committee were extremely conservative. And part of that was because, the money was not flush at the time. And so, truthfully, some of the range of alternatives and options from the committee where we could fix everything at once, spend a whole lot of money, or we could kind of step it out in this year-by-year process. And that's where the committee went with the recommendations, and that was what was accepted. So I'm concerned, we talk about like culverts that might not be right sized or, those types of things. Those are life safety issues. And if we see big water events, that's something I think we should actually reconsider and not actually cut that money from the budget. Otherwise, I think you guys have done a good job with looking at things. I do have some questions about the points that we haven't discussed, but we're not quite there yet, so I'll hold off on that.
So on the stormwater item, it looks like the proposal is not to necessarily cut it. It's just a delay, as far as I understand, of 150,000 of the 500, right?
That's correct. So 574,000 in the program, spend 574 minus 150 and hold the 150 for to see really what our picture is going to look like this fall, but also to potentially use for the grit dump, just in case we don't have enough money in the grit dump. And if I can just take a moment here to address a couple of the points that Liesl brought up. When we talk about keeping our local contractors employed, that's especially true when we're talking about vertical construction. And when I say vertical construction, I'm talking about buildings. And so we really only have 3 buildings that we're talking about doing. One is the grit dump, the other is the house and ice arena, locker room and rec program, and the third is the fire station. So it's those 3 vertical buildings where you really see your opportunities during a recession.
All right. So what about any other concerns? Is anyone else having serious heartburn about any of the delayed projects, any of the reduced projects, or any of the projects that are eliminated under staff's presentation.
Kathy brought up a great point about the rodeo and the paving and, whether or not we would lose the grant money from CDOT. I think that that's certainly worth looking into. It sounds like John is on that, but that's one that I think it would be worth getting a little more information on. And I think it makes a huge difference if we're going to lose, close to $1 million of outside funding or not, as to whether we would move forward with it.
Absolutely. And I think we can obviously rely on John to check on that and make sure we don't lose that.
And John, this is Gary. Those CMAQ funds, those are federal funds, correct?
They're federal funds that flow through CDOT as entitlement funds.
Right. So hopefully they're protected and the state can't cut those since they're federal funds.
I think there is a risk there. I don't know how big the risk is. I'll try to get more information.
Okay.
Maybe we can include in the next city manager's report.
Thank you. Keep us posted. Thanks.
So Jason, one more question. We didn't go through attachment 2, which was not in the slides just now, but is in our packet. Is that something we should talk about now, take up now, or is that a separate item?
That's part of this. It's just the detail that goes along with it. I do have it available if you want me to share it on the screen. It's just really small, but I can share it if you'd like to talk about it specifically.
Yeah, that's just the details. But if there's a specific item you want to talk about, then we can bring it up.
I guess it's not a specific project per se, but I guess when I look at the projects that were chosen to either be delayed or cut, it does concern me that we have remaining within this spreadsheet a whole lot of projects in which the city's kind of going it alone from a funding perspective. And I guess I'm wondering, as the staff was looking at these cuts, there are a lot of things here that we're going, anyway. Did you guys think about that? Like cutting any of these projects that are 100% solely funded by the city?
I left that up to directors, and it was primarily John and Angela that had those. I can let them talk about it.
Yeah, Sonia, we did look at these on a project by project basis, specifically the city's contribution, regardless of percent, how much the dollar figure was. So yeah, if you have any specific questions, I'll do my best to answer it on a specific project basis. But yeah, we did scrutinize every one of these.
From the Parks and Recreation projects, as you'll notice from the spreadsheet, the majority of ours are delayed, reduced, or eliminated. So repeating what John said, happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, I'm just curious about, we've got, almost $700,000 in the downtown improvement plan. Did I lose you? Oh, okay. There's a couple $100,000 in a mountain fire station generator that I don't know what that is about. And so, when I'm looking at kind of these bigger items, what is the downtown improvement plan funding going to do, I guess is my question, in the tune of $700,000 in this budget year?
So there's $150,000 that will go to the overlay of Oak Street. There's about $45,000 of remaining work over on 13th Street. And there's a couple of smaller segments of sidewalk and storm sewer in the downtown area.
And then what about the Wild Horse Boardwalk? What is that?
That is a developer that defaulted on some development obligations. And so we pulled their surety. And so that is restricted specifically for that project.
So that shows use of reserves, but it was originally reserves that we pulled in, and they are restricted specifically for that purpose.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
Any other specific questions on that, Sonia, or anyone else?
I don't have any other specific questions. I will just say that as we move forward, there's been discussion of, do we need to look at this stuff weekly? Do we need to look at it monthly? I'm of the mind that we're looking at this more every meeting than not, and I'm going to be looking at the things that we're solely funding by ourselves that have a bigger ticket implication if we're going to start to think about additional cuts. So I just kind of wanted to give that heads up that if there are things, if there's more information out there as to why these things are there and being funded solely by the city, for example, the good information about restricted funds being used for that, that would be really helpful to have, because I think some of us are going to be looking at probably needing to do another round of cuts.
And to that end, I might throw out there then that Downhill Drive intersection, you'll see $200,000 on there of city money. That is all developer contributions right there. So that is money that we pulled from developments when they make their traffic contributions, and that money has to be spent on that project.
Okay. All right, so Kim, maybe could you bring back up your presentation slides there that you had the questions about the fire station and the fire and the EMS property tax items that we wanted to discuss? Okay, so we wanted to talk about the station design. And Kim, did you just want to go over exactly what you're looking for there?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I know we haven't done site selection, and maybe that will be the time to talk about it. But if there was any strong feeling on whether or not we should move forward with the $100,000 design in the 2020 budget, and then whether if council has a strong feeling on that should come out of the fire EMS property tax, or if that should just come out of general reserves like originally budgeted for.
Jason?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think first of all, I think it's a yes for me to move forward on the EMS, the design. And I really think we should use the money from the EMS tax, the fire EMS tax for that. I want to keep that moving forward. I think that we will be moving ourselves out of this crisis. And we do know that we need a fire station, and it needs to stay kind of on the front burner, not on a back burner, especially something that relates to health and safety of our community. So I think that we need to put that forward. And I appreciate, Kim, all that you guys have done, because the difference when I read your report and it looks through the word financial flexibility, and I like that because that's exactly what we need right now with the unknowns. And I'm curious on some of the delayed projects that, if this thing turns around, is there anything that we can do in the fall if things stabilize? And, we don't know. We just don't know. But anticipation of the loss of lodging and restaurants, I think that this is a good handle of phase 2 budget cuts and financial flexibility. But as far as the financial fire station, I would propose that we use the EMS tax for sure and move forward with it.
Okay, Sonia, you had your hand up?
She's agreeing.
No, I was just clapping for Michael's approach. I agree.
Okay. Robin, what about you? You comfortable with that approach?
I'm trying to pull up the ballot language. And I'd like to see ballot language before I weigh in on this, because if things were fine, that 100,000 would be coming out of our normal budget. I believe we told our community that we needed staffing and we needed a new fire station. And my concern is that if we shift and take the money out of this, that's why I just want to look at the ballot language, and then make a decision. I'm concerned that if we do this, we're going to start doing it a little bit here and a little bit there, and then we won't have the money the money will not be there that we promised our community we would spend on staffing and on a fire station. And I realize this is to design the fire station, but I just would see the ballot language first.
Dan, and Dan's on the line. So Dan, do you have any concerns with the use of those funds, the tax funds, for design of the station?
You're talking about the property tax funds?
Yes.
Correct.
No. I don't. I think that would qualify as a capital expenditure.
Okay. All right, what about everybody else? Heather, how are you feeling on this one?
I'm kind of like Robin. I just don't want to lose sight of the long term, but I mean, I'm good if everybody else is good.
Kathy, what about you?
Well, I have a big concern because what I'm hearing from my colleagues is they think that the situation is a relatively short-term problem. And what I'm hearing from the business community is they're thinking in terms of years before this recovers. So I think every dollar, and I appreciate Lisa and Robin's interest in helping the local economy, but we've got to make sure that we save ourselves first. It's like when you get on a plane and the oxygen mask drops, they tell you to put it on yourself before you put it on your child. And I think we are in that dire of a situation. So I am reluctant to spend any money that we don't have to, because I think if things are better in 3 to 6 months, it's much easier to bring back projects. The other thing I'm concerned about is that we have asked our staff to take not only a 10% pay cut, but reduce their hours by 10%. So how are we going to add new projects, including the fire station, when we're asking our existing staff to do more work or the same amount of work with fewer dollars and fewer man hours or woman hours? But so I am reluctant at this point to start green lighting a project. And my last concern about the fire station is not only were we going to use the taxpayer money, but we are going to have to borrow some money. And right now, the municipal bond market is in disarray. And I can certainly ask Kim to share that a little bit. And I'm just really worried that the money, if we spend on design, if we can't fund the building, we may have to redesign the building if the price tag comes in way too high. So I'm waiting. I would wait for another 3 to 6 months before we move ahead with the fire station.
Okay. Lisa, what about you?
So I am with Michael. I think that we definitely should move forward. I disagree with Kathy that we just need to help ourselves first, because I believe that by helping our community, we are helping ourselves. If we can make sure that people in our community are getting paid so they can go into the community and spend that money, then that actually creates more sales tax dollars to come back to us. So by helping our community, we help ourselves. And John just made the point that it's really the vertical construction that is going to be most beneficial in that sense. And this is what we're talking about, is the vertical construction. So I think we absolutely go forward. I'm okay with that 100,000 coming out of the mill levy. It is for the fire station. So I don't see any issues there.
Yeah, and that's where I'm with you, Liesl, and it sounds like Sonia and Michael. It feels like this is a project that this is not a new project. This is really one we've been talking about, it seems like, since the beginning of time. So this is something that's been on our list for a long time. So I'm not as concerned about this. I would be more concerned if this was something that just came out of the blue and was not a project we had been planning for a long time. So I'm also comfortable moving ahead with the design cost and using the tax dollars that were earmarked for it. So it sounds like we have a majority that are willing to do that right now.
Jason, can I just weigh in on one other piece of this?
Yeah.
Because, I don't want it to be out there that, Kathy, all of your colleagues are looking at this as if it's a short-term problem, because I am absolutely not looking at it as a short-term problem. I'm 100% certain that the rest of my term that expires in November of 2021 will be doing nothing but reacting and responding and being flexible in the face of COVID. But that being said, I don't think that's going to end there. I think it's a much longer term problem which to me makes an argument for really thinking longer term with this fire station. And, you know, I think you make a good point that if we design it, we might have to redesign it, and that's true. But at the same time, we also have promised to our taxpayers that we would keep moving forward. And the vote was pretty overwhelmingly in favor of this, thanks much to efforts of a lot of people. But I think our taxpayers want to see us move forward with funding fire and, you know, $100,000 to see if we can get there. And we might not be able to. We might not be able to once we see what's designed and what the price tag is, and as you say, what the municipal bonds are. But I just don't want to leave it out there that anybody's underestimating the length or severity of what's going to happen economically, because I'm certainly not.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do. So,
And
okay.
Jason, I'd like to know who is interested in moving this forward with 100,000 taken out of the property tax, and who would prefer to hold, and who would prefer to do it out of our regular funding.
So it sounded like, based on what I heard, Michael and myself and Sonia and Liesel were comfortable with the 100,000 out of the fire tax money.
Okay, thanks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. Okay. All right, Kim, what else here did you want a final decision on, or at least direction?
So I think you covered everything in the first bullet. So just maybe some discussion on whether or not we move the $1.5 million from the general fund reserves into the capital project fund reserves. And what that does is when we start talking about the 6-year CIP for 2021 and on, it changes that discussion. Do we want to protect those for emergency reserves to be used for operations? Or do we want to start scheduling those out? It would be my recommendation that we hold those until we know more and not schedule them out for capital projects.
Does anybody have any concern with that recommendation?
Kim, I have a question. If we put them into capital projects, I mean, they're not actually restricted, right? Because we're putting them there for our own choosing.
That's
so,
correct.
I mean, we could always move them back if we ever felt like we needed to.
Yeah, and yeah, that's very true.
I guess I would prefer that they go into the capital and hope that that's the direction we're going, but knowing that we could always use it to pay for staffing if necessary, I would prefer that to be a last resort, not the first option to use.
Okay.
Okay.
I need a little, oh, who's going?
Go ahead, Sonia.
Okay. I need a little clarification too, because I was under the impression that, is this the 1.5 million that we basically agreed that we would set aside for the fire station? And we talked about this in public when we were talking about sending this to a vote. Is that money?
It wasn't specifically restricted to that, but we did talk about that. And so if that's what you want it to be, then we need to actually restrict that and move it into a fire station. As Councilwoman Meyer pointed out, we don't have any funds right now, well, earmarked for it. So it's not the $0.5 million of fire property tax, but it is a part of the reserves that you've talked about. Hey, we've had savings over the last few years. We want to use that for a fire station. There hasn't been any official motion on that.
Right. So I guess where I'm at on this is that I believe that we made that commitment to the voters. I think we spoke about it in public meetings. You know, we might not have made a motion and officially earmarked them, but I know there were enough straw polls that I believe that from a sort of ethical and commitment perspective, that's what we led people to believe. And if that influenced their capacity to want to invest because the city was providing a matching fund, then I think it would be really challenging for me to consider that available for any other project. So that's kind of where I'm at. And
okay, so then I do need clarification, because right now it is sitting in unrestricted reserves and not restricted by council or any other legal mechanism. And so that could be changed at any time. And if it does sit in the capital projects fund, we would probably be looking at that to fund our 6-year capital projects, whether it be an intersection, So I would like firm direction on if you want me to restrict an additional $1.5 million to be used on a future fire station.
I would recommend that we maintain flexibility. I just think there's too much uncertainty. The more we tie our hands, the more difficult it's going to be to maneuver as we face an uncertain future.
Okay, so sounds like Sonia, and it looked like Robin, you were in agreement with Sonia's comment. What does anybody else feel the same? Do you want to move this over and restrict it for the fire station? Okay, so I don't hear anybody else saying yes on that. So
Lisa,
yeah,
you
for
wanna-
my part, I think right now it would be important to see how the next couple of months go. And as you mentioned earlier, Sonia, I think we're going to be looking at this. We're going to be looking at budgeting at least probably every meeting. So for me, I think what I'd rather do right now is maintain flexibility. And then within the next couple months, we can see if we can make this transfer and feel more comfortable about it. That's me.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Jason? Sorry, I kept
Yeah.
trying to hit mute and it wasn't working.
Sure.
So Kim, if we transferred over to the capital reserves, it's still, I mean, earmarked, even if though it's not restricted, it's still earmarked for fire, correct? Because that's what the mill levy is for. So
We're talking about two different 1.5 millions. So yes, absolutely, the 1.5 million of fire EMS restricted. It's restricted for fire operating or capital, as the ballot language points out. This was simply a transfer of unassigned reserves, part of the regular budget process, to help fund IP. And we can leave it in either spot. This isn't like a groundbreaking decision right here. As you talked about earlier, Liesl, it can just stay in capital for right now, and it's still unrestricted. And if we needed it, we could, with a supplemental, we can move it right back. So it's not meant to be a huge decision. It's unrestricted reserves regardless of which place it sits in.
And I'm sorry, I was thinking about a different 1.5 million. So thank you for that clarification. I do prefer for it to stay unrestricted, but I do like it being in the capital. So it just takes it a little bit more to use.
And the reason I'm suggesting flexibility is because in 2 weeks, our round 2 budget cuts are due tomorrow. And as council looks at those, and you're looking at service reductions and impacts to employees, you may want to look at that 1.5 in capital and say, you know what, it's more important with these services that we're providing that we maintain those than we dump that into a capital project or vertical construction. So I'm just suggesting that you maintain flexibility until we can get the whole picture, look at the service reductions that you're going to be facing in a couple of weeks, impacts to employees, and consider the whole picture.
And I would agree to that because I know that we made a commitment to the voters, but the whole cost of the fire station will be the city's responsibility, other than the fire district's portion. But I think maintaining the flexibility of whether or not that's issued by debt or reserves, you want to leave that flexible depending on interest rates, depending on what the market looks like, and leaving that up to a council decision.
Kim, can you, Kathy alluded that there was some stuff going on with the municipal bond market. Can you discuss that a little bit? Because, all I hear on the news is that interests are at an all-time low. And so in my brain, it seems like the best time to get some money. So
I'm definitely not an expert on it, but that is what I'm hearing from our financial advisor as well, that it is in turmoil. It's starting to, municipal bond market is different than regular commercial loans. Actually, they've suggested to not go with the municipal bonds for this redevelopment authority right now either. Just because of the turmoil. I don't know exactly what's going on with it, but it is fluctuating on a daily basis. And so it might even out, but they've actually suggested looking at a loan versus municipal bonds. My other concern with municipal bonds right now is we would have to get a credit rating. And I would have a difficult time sitting down guaranteeing that we have sales tax flowing in order to make our debt service payments. So that would be tough to get a good Moody's or S&P credit rating right now.
Okay. So maybe, what I'm hearing, it sounds like there's some, and obviously some significant concern about this, and rightfully so. So maybe what we need to do is take a look at this as part of our discussion in 2 weeks before we make a final decision. So we can see the whole picture.
Yes, I mean, I feel really strongly about that. We did make the commitment to the voters, but I think both Gary and Kim make very good points. Kim, maybe we could get that a different way if needed, and let's look at the big picture. So I can live with that. I do feel very strongly about the commitment we made to the voters, but let's talk about it in a couple weeks.
Okay. Kim, what else did you need from us on this tonight?
That's all I need. I appreciate the time, and I just want to make sure that you guys know that all of these reductions were really tough. All of these projects are very important, and it's not taken lightly by staff for sure.
Yeah, I think all the decisions we're going to be making on budget over the next few months are going to be tough. So we certainly recognize. We know it's not easy for you either. So we thank all of you and the other directors and everyone for working through these recommendations.
If we can just make sure to readdress the rodeo grounds in 2 weeks after hopefully John has a little bit more information, because I think that that's going to be the biggest question mark.
Definitely.
Noted.
Okay. All right. Well, then that wraps up item number 4, and we have gone past our usual break time at 7 o'clock, and it's also when we do our general public comment. So I'm going to see if there's anyone here for comment for things that are not on tonight's agenda. So public comment will be provided as close to 7 p.m. as possible, or at the end of the meeting, whichever comes first. City Council will make no decision or take action except to direct the city manager. Those addressing City Council are requested to identify themselves by name and address, and all comments shall not exceed 3 minutes. Is there anyone here on the call tonight to provide comment, general comment on anything that's not on tonight's agenda? If so, please unmute yourself and give us your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes. Okay. Sounds like nobody here for general public comment. So with that, let's take our usual 10-minute break.
I think there's somebody talking on Susan Marie's iPad, but she's muted.
Oh, well, let me see if I can unmute her.
There you go.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi. Oh, thank you so much. First, thank you all for all you do. You've had
Sorry, could you give us your name and address, please?
Oh, sure. So my name is Susan Mariotto. I am a 17-year resident and teacher in Steamboat Springs, and I live in Steamboat too. Thank you so much for all you do. You guys had some really hard things to discuss. So I'm here because I have an idea to reserve 4th of July fireworks for the 4th of July. I'm just going to talk about why and how in under 3 minutes. So here I go. Fireworks for many evoke joyful memories, but for others, it evokes painful trauma. Veterans with PTSD, children and adults with sensory processing disorder, as well as many canines, have severe adverse reactions to fireworks. With each unexpected violent explosion, I watch my youngest dog tremble, devastating her for hours. Last summer, when various neighbors participated in fireworks throughout the entire summer season, we witnessed our dog grow violently ill. We have learned of accommodations to plan for a night such as 4th of July, with great success, but without warnings, explosions wreak havoc on the nervous system of our dog. I've learned from others that mine is not an isolated case. Some have similar traumatic experiences with loved ones, such as a spouse, a child, or a family pet. Now, I'm not implying that we eliminate fireworks, but instead consider reserving residential fireworks for Independence Day. This will allow others like myself to have a plan in place for the holiday. By reserving the summer fireworks for the 4th, people can compassionately eliminate unnecessary pain and trauma behind the walls of so many neighboring homes. Another alternative is leaving the fireworks to our talented professionals and enjoying the one-night show. I ask the council to consider this request for our town, and I thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thanks a lot for coming out and making some comment tonight. All right, is there anyone else here that is here for general public comment for things not on tonight's agenda? Don't see anybody else raising their hand. So, okay. All right, so then that will close our public comment, and let's take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we will talk about agenda item 8, which is our tubing concession idea at Howelson Hill. Thanks, everyone.
2020, we hired contractor Gates Gooding to further explore this opportunity. And during your March 10th City Council meeting, Howelson Hill Ski Rodeo Manager Brad Setter and I presented to you on future opportunities for improvement at Howelson Hill, which included this winter tubing concept. A few days following that presentation, our community started experiencing the impacts of our current health and economic crisis. Therefore, while we know this is not a preferable time to discuss this opportunity, the work has been completed to explore this project. Thus, we are reporting back to you on it regardless. Should you decide to move forward with the proposal, staff suggests utilizing the excess accommodations tax funds for the construction and installation of the infrastructure. And as you'll see from the presentation, the additional revenue generated from this amenity could be very beneficial to our bottom line as we continue through these challenging economic times. And lastly, this proposal meets your City Council goal of reducing the subsidy to Howelson Hill. So with that, I will pass it off to Gates Gooding to begin the presentation.
Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So you're all looking at my presentation?
Yes, we see it on the screen.
Okay, sorry. I don't do too many of these.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, so Brad and Angela hired me earlier this spring to take a look and help explore what a potential tubing operation at Howelson would look like. And as Angela mentioned, we were looking at this in a different context. And so some of the assumptions came from a different time, but we can note those as we go. So this is the current view of Mile Run, looking west at the bottom. And this is the proposed first phase of what a tubing installation would look like. It proposes a new magic carpet lift, which might actually get moved to the other side of the tubing runs there, and several new tubing lanes coming down that last pitch of mile, then with a run out into the flats at the bottom of the ski jumps there. So the reason to look at doing a tubing hill at Howelson Hill, like Angela said, is first and foremost to reduce the operational deficit at Howelson, because it would be a significant revenue generator. And not only would it generate revenue, but it would also create cost-saving opportunities, both by supporting new personnel and cost sharing for the hill services. It would also bring more users to Howelson Hill who could potentially spend money on concessions or buy a ski ticket. And I do feel that the additional operation and maintenance burden would be easily shouldered by the city's existing capacity. So this is a map of how the project would look, and it's actually kind of changed a little bit already, but in broad strokes, this is still fairly accurate. The main idea would be to reroute skier traffic to skier right on Mile Run just past the Sulphur Cave there, and then free up that last portion of Mile Run for tubing lanes. The 4 green lanes would be both beginner kind of straightforward tubing lanes, but also the first phase of the project. And if things were going well, then those blue lanes could potentially represent new, more challenging runs and just additional phases in the project to add more capacity. Parking could be accommodated on the northwestern side of the parking lot, and the tubing guests would be routed directly to the tubing hill on World Cup Road, where employees could check them in and keep them away from the other ski activities happening at house. And there'd be a couple storage containers put along that road to store tubes. So this is the non-social distancing business case for tubing. The woman in the front there is covering her mouth and nose at least. But tubing hills are very popular. It's a great business for those who are set up right to do it. I spoke with multiple existing tubing operations, and I mean, you don't hear much about tubing, or at least I don't usually, but it's growing in popularity wherever it's offered. And especially for resorts like Steamboat, where the type of guest that we attract comes for an extended stay and they look for diverse activities to do while they're here. This would be a perfect activity for them to fit in. And especially because of the convenient location right next to downtown, people could come over for an hour and fit it in, between things that they're doing downtown. I do think that Howelson could probably fill whatever capacity that was built, because that's the pattern at other hills. The cost for doing the project is primarily driven by the cost of a new lift. And the base cost with just a new Magic Carpet lift and all in is just under $300,000, with an alternate at $435,000, and that includes the polycarbonate shell, which adds almost $150,000 to the project, but has been recommended because it reduces wear on the lift, and it also reduces the amount of snow shoveling. And so I've been told that it would pay for itself, and it increases guest comfort as well. And so the way that we looked at what this could potentially generate in terms of benefit for the city and Howelson Hill was by creating scenarios which are not meant to be projections, but just a way to consider the range of potential outcomes here. And the way we did it was by splitting the season into peak days and off-peak days, where peak days are defined as Christmas, spring break, and a couple holiday weekends, and off-peak is kind of everything else in between. And what we looked at was what percentage of the capacity installed would be used on average for those days. And if you had 4 tubing lanes, you can accommodate 25 tubers per lane per hour. So this first phase would accommodate up to 100 tubes per hour. And we were looking at, okay, so in the low scenario, maybe you only get 20 tubers per hour. And in the high scenario, you get up to 40 tubers an hour. And these are average numbers. I did hear from other areas that they're turning people away during these high periods. So just to let you know, these are, again, they're not supposed to be projections, but they are fairly conservative. And I should also say that this isn't a passive thing. This would be a business to run. And with effective management and execution, whoever's running this could make sure that we were looking more at the high scenario or even above. And we just looked at an average price of $25 for a 1-hour ticket. And so here are the revenue projections, the results. The revenues ranges from $300,000 with a 20% utilization up to $620 for the high scenario. And the net income scales from 90 grand up to 400. And it's really scales quickly because at higher revenue, you get more efficiency with the expenses. Again, these numbers look like they're huge, but after going through the process of getting there, they actually seem like they might be conservative. This is all pre-COVID. Hopefully we'll get past that. These could be thought of as long-term projections. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gates. Really appreciate that. So I'll go around the table to see what questions we have for you or anyone else on staff. So let's start with Liesel. Liesel, any questions for Gates or anyone on staff?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Sonia, any questions?
No, thanks.
Kathy, what about you?
Yeah, I've got some questions about the 2A funds. Angela, you started out in saying this would be funded from our excess funds. And I'm going to ask this of Kim. As of right now, after we commit to funding the Barrows chairlift replacement and the matching money for the core trail west of town, how much money do we have left?
Sorry, I was trying to get that working. It all depends on what the accommodation tax comes in at. Right now, if accommodation tax goes down by 30% this year, it will have about close to $1 million at the end of this year. And then next year, we're taking all of it if it only goes up 1% from this year. So if accommodation tax is down by 30% this year and next year, we'll just barely skim through with what we've committed to. If it rebounds quicker, then we're okay. So right now, with funding $500,000 of the Barrows chairlift this year and another 1.1 million next year, we're okay. But if we put this in to fund out of accommodation tax, we might need to decrease the Barrows chairlift if we lose 30% in accommodation tax. So that's a lot of information, but it really depends on how our taxes come in.
And it also depends on what you're assuming that the club makes a significant contribution, because you're talking $500,000 this year and $1.1 million. That doesn't get the Barrows lift replaced.
Right. I'm assuming that it would be a 1.65 million out of city funds.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay, Heather, any questions?
Yeah, one question for you. The shell on the carpet, is that something that can be retrofitted at a later date so we can just buy the carpet and then down the pike put it on, or is it an all-encompassing deal?
Brad Sutter, House and Ski and Rodeo Manager. The polycarbonate shell can be retrofitted afterwards. It is designed to work with Magic Carpet and just be bolted onto the carpet. There is some design that goes into it with wind loading and such, some engineering that goes into it, which we figured into the cost of construction of the project. The one thing, if we don't do that though, is I will have to up the numbers for labor. We spend about $20,000 to $25,000 a year on snow removal on our existing carpet, and this is a similar length. So I would need more personnel money to cover the shoveling of the carpet for year one, or until we replace that, until we put a shell on.
Okay, so factor in, when you're looking at these budget numbers, an extra 25 Gs for the initial investment without the shell. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you, Brad. I have no further questions.
All right, Robin, any questions?
Yeah. If we were to go with this design, what happens I'm looking at Mile Run. Has anybody actually gone out? I'm sure you guys have gone out and walked it. I mean, how does that affect the beginners coming down Mile Run back into the Howison area?
So we're proposing moving the skier traffic just past the Sulphur Cave and then rerouting into what had been the train park in the past. It's a similar slope. It's actually a little bit less steep than that pitch of Mile. As you probably know, those two pitches of Mile right at the corner to the cave, and then it flattens out, and then from there down again are two of the steepest slopes we have on our beginner terrain. So that actually mellows that slope out a little bit for beginners. They do have to make a little bit of a curve, but it's no more than they make just above that coming into the slope. So we have definitely looked at that, and we would do some fencing to be able to safely move people and separate groups waiting to tube versus those that are skiing, and have appropriate signage and padding to keep everybody safe.
Okay. And then the second question is, it's a silly question, but somebody asked me about it today, is like, how long is Mile Run?
I believe it is very close to a mile, but I would have to measure that. I have measured it in the past. It's been a while, so I don't know.
Okay, from the top of the chair all the way down is approximately a mile.
Approximately
okay,
a mile,
cool.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Michael, any questions from you?
Yeah, thanks, Brad and Angela. The question that I have is regarding construction of that. I mean, as we're making some decisions with the chairlift and other things, if we decide to pull the trigger, let's say on the without the shell, the 294,000 plus some maintenance on top of that, is there a date or an end date to successfully get that? Is this going to be something we can have for 2020, 2021 season, or are we talking the following year?
If we move quickly, we could get it done for this year. There is about a 4-month delay from when you put your order in until you take delivery on that carpet. They make these to order. It's not an off-the-shelf item. So a decision quickly would allow us to operate this year. If it was much further down the road, we would have to push that till the following season of 21-22.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Were there any other questions from the group before we get to discussion? Okay, hearing none, I did want to check to see if I don't believe there's anyone here to make a public comment on the Howelson Hill item, but is there anyone in the call that would like to make a comment on the Howelson Hill item? Don't see anybody. If so, you can unmute yourself, but it doesn't look like anyone is here for that. So, all right, council, so we need to give some direction on whether we want staff to proceed with moving ahead on this project and of course, any ideas on how we would want to fund it. So Kathy, maybe I'll let you start off. You kind of brought up the funding discussion. So what are your thoughts on where we go from here on this item?
Well, in the past, I've been a big fan of anything we can do to increase the revenue at Howelson, we should do. But in looking at the timing of this, if we're looking to take anywhere from 300,000 to 450,000 out of the quote excess funds from 2A, I think we have a commitment that we've made to not only the community, but the club, that we will match whatever fundraising. And so I'm very concerned that we've got 2 other projects ahead of us, ahead of this project. And that's the barrels chairlift replacement and the matching funds that we've made for the grant that we've gotten for the core trail west of town. So as much as it pains me, I don't see where we can rightfully ask those other 2 projects to stand by and accelerate this one into first place. So it's a question for me of timing, not whether I support it or not. And so at this point, I can't support green lighting the quote excess funds because I don't think they're there.
Okay. Sonia, what about you?
Well, I actually think that Kathy summed it up pretty well for me as well. I mean, the timing and, I would just layer on also, I'm concerned about the community perception about investments like this at a time that we're in. So Kathy said great about projects that bring in revenue and et cetera, but I'm pretty hesitant to think about moving forward on something this big, given the timing and the uncertainty around this and how I have heard from some community members already they would feel about this going in.
Right, Lisa, what about you?
I agree with a lot of what Kathy said. I am in full support of this project. I see the value it could add, including bringing more money to the city, especially when it looks like we're going to need it. My biggest concern is how many places we have promised those 2A excess funds to. I've been concerned about that every time that comes up because it seems to just keep mounting. So I guess I'm curious if there are other options of where we can get those funds from. I know this is a terrible time to ask that because we're making budget cuts, but I could see the value of going forward this year. I think the timing is right to do something like this to try and get more cash coming to the city. But I don't see how we use those excess funds.
All right, Michael, what about you?
I've thought a lot about this, and obviously COVID changes the projections quite a bit. But as a business owner, I look mainly at the ROI. And on a conservative approach, I think Brad and Gates had put a kind of a perspective out there that allows us to look at some cost generating or some revenue that we can bring into this that would go to maintenance and an endowment fund or whatever we need to just cover the cost of this hill. So the reason why I asked the question about the delay is as we go over the next 2 or 3 months, I kind of want to delay the decision on this until we're closer into finding out this pandemic and this crisis and where we are. Because come phase 2, phase 3 of some cuts, I agree. We don't want to be spending money that we don't have. However, being on a business owner, I really look at the return of investment and say, this is kind of a no-brainer. And I think we all agreed upon that in light, just it makes money. But the unknown is this COVID crisis. And but right now, I still think that we need to keep it on the table, and we need to consider this maybe in a month or so, and see if we can kind of generate this, because there's not many things that we do as a city using city land, city park, that generates this kind of revenue. And we're always waiting for taxes. We're always waiting for this 2A funds, more taxes, and that's kind of what we had. This is not related to taxes. This is kind of a conservative approach to using the land that we have and the infrastructure we have to generate some revenue to offset House and Hill. So I kind of want to just keep that in perspective for us all as we discuss this, because in a couple of months we may know more. We will know more. Whether this crisis is going to be something we just can't see throwing the money at. I really think that the New Barrels lift, is a priority, and we've committed to it. So it's a balancing act, but I think we need to wait and see. It's kind of my perspective.
All right, thanks. Robin, what about you?
I agree with pretty much what everybody else has said. I agree with Michael. I think we need to keep this on the table, and maybe in a month we go back and look at it again. It would be nice if we just had a sheet from Kim with Angela's input on the 2A funds and where, what these projections at minus 30% would be. And I also agree that the lift is truly the priority before anything else. So, but I wouldn't want to say no, because, when you can, even if we did the low at the 91,000, in 3 years, it would pay for itself. The 4th year, we could put the bubble on it or whatever. So we don't get this opportunity very often. So I think it's a very viable project to do somewhere in the future.
All right, Heather?
So I want to clarify, 91,000 would be our actual return this year. So we want to be in the hole. So I don't know. I think this is, if you look at the numbers, it is so unbelievably conservative in how we have looked at this. I mean, I think we would be remiss to not see that there's no way this wouldn't be a moneymaker. Is it going to be a cash cow this year or next year? I'm not sure. From my perspective, I understand everybody's concerns about spending money and what 2A funding looks like. Robin, I agree with you. We need to just possibly just get a sheet to see where we stand. In all reality, if this is going to make us money this year, then we need to be making money this year. And Michael, this is the only thing in Parks and Rec that will ever make money. And I think Angela will say that there's no thing in the world of Parks and Recreation that ever makes any money. So I think, if anything, this will put smiles on people's faces. And even if we have to COVID ourselves to do a tube run, more power to us. Bring some sort of joy. And this is something that isn't a lift, that can completely be contained through COVID. And we could do this through this crisis and actually have some happy smiles on some faces, not only for our tourists, but gosh, my kids would love it. And I know everybody else's kids would too. And maybe some of us as well. So I'm all in. I mean, I am such a proponent of anything that'll make money for Parks and Rec, and this conservative cost number is something that I think that we would be crazy not to do. I think even with the crisis, I really believe anything, if 91,000 is going to be our low, and even with COVID, I bet it's zero that we would make, and we'd still be happy with zero, because hey, guess what? That's better than most Parks and Rec stuff. So I think we should go for it. We have such a small window to order this thing. You know, why not smile a little bit through the last 3 months? This would bring a lot of smiles on a lot of faces.
All right.
Jason, I'm sorry, real quick, and maybe I missed it before, but Angela or Brad, when do we have to order this by in order to do it this year?
So at this point, we're looking at a September install. If we went much later, we're in the snow, and that's not an ideal time to install a lift. So I really drop dead, I would say, within the next month. We'd need to order it.
Okay, so we could revisit this in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think I have a pretty close consensus with the rest of the group. This is obviously a great project. This is exactly what we've been looking for. And this is something that we definitely need to do. The only question is when we do it, because when I'm, I'm struggling with where we get the money outside of the excess 2A funds. I don't see in the scenario we're in right now how we can take the monies out of the general fund. I don't see how we can do it out of capital. I don't see much of a scenario where we could find a grant for this. So that really leaves us with the excess 2A funds. And I'm particularly concerned that we won't yield the results that we're hoping for on those funds this year. And Heather, to your point, even on the conservative end, yes, it would have possibly a decent 90,000-ish return on operations this year. We're still looking to front $300,000 to $450,000, which I think that's a hard sell for us right now, particularly for me, when the only source of funds we can use for that upfront capital cost seems to be the excess 2A funds. And we're pretty committed on those funds already. And we also don't know exactly how our results are going to look. So for me, and I think what I'm hearing from the rest of the group is we'd like to revisit this maybe at our June 2nd meeting. And we're going to be looking at budgets, as we've mentioned, kind of every meeting. So it sounds like what we'd like to hear or what we'd like to see is kind of an update on where we stand. I'm not sure we'll have great information at that point, Kim, and maybe you can enlighten us a little bit on this, because we're still going to be waiting for lodging numbers to come in through the summer to really know where we're at. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. It's tough to project what the lodging is going to be, especially when we receive so much of our sales tax in December, or for December, that we don't receive until January. So we're counting on excess. It's available right now, but that's only because the trails money hasn't all been spent. And it's available if accommodation tax is only down by 30%, but if it goes down more than that, then it's not going to be available.
Okay.
So Jason,
yeah, go ahead, Robin.
Let's ask Kim, in the next few weeks, if she could just get a sheet out to all of us so that we have that information to look over before we bring it up at the June meeting, then we have a few, even if it's a week, to just be able to look at the numbers and see where we're at. Like best case scenario, worst case scenario. That would be helpful.
I will get that emailed out probably tonight. So.
Okay. So it sounds like the consensus from the group is that we should, we love the project. It's great. It's something we definitely want to do. We're just concerned about giving the green light right now with the excess 2A funds because of the unknown timing of and amount of those funds that we'll be receiving. Does that sound like the direction for now? And then we can take a look at this again in a month? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Kim's screen is frozen. I don't know. Maybe her connection's bad.
Hey, Jason,
Yeah,
can I add one thing?
sure.
When I was on the lodging call today, one of the things they were looking at was, and this is totally, they brought up the Decimetrics lodging occupancy list, and obviously May is barely makes 20 to 30% occupancy. So by June 2nd, we're going to have probably, even though lodging is totally closed, it would have been a very weak month. But the summer occupancy only hits 50% in July. So June, July, and August are relatively kind of average compared to the December, January, February. So we've already passed the peak of the lodging. So when Kim says she's concerned about 30% down, I'm just saying that we probably won't have any better data. But if we look at historic numbers last year when there was no COVID virus, the expectation is lodging accommodation tax generates not that much in the summer. I mean, it generates some, but other than July, they're pretty weak numbers. And I just wanted to throw that out.
Okay, thanks for that, Kathy. Did anybody have anything else on this one before we take it, and we'll take it up again on June 2nd? All right, well, I just want to say thanks again to Gates for putting this together. This is definitely something that we would plan on using in the future. This is a great project. I think you heard that from the whole group, and we've been trying to find great ways to improve Howelson Hill and its financial performance for years, and this is a really exciting opportunity. It's just a matter of when we can get it done. So thanks everyone for all your work on this one. All right, so that concludes agenda item 8. And now we're going to roll to the consent calendar. Just for anyone out there watching, again, if you are interested in pulling an item on the consent calendar or making a comment, you can call us at 1-888-475-5599, and you can enter the meeting ID, which is 985-289-877, and then press pound. And then you'll be joined into the meeting, and you can have a chance to pull an item or make a comment on any of the items. So I'm going to read the consent calendar into the record, and we'll see what we pull and see what we have for discussion and comment. So items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. Agenda item 9 is a resolution adopting a revised Steamboat Springs City Council policy for remote meetings during the COVID-19 health pandemic affecting the city. Agenda item 10 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Steamboat Springs approving an application for a preliminary plat and major variance, PPV 19-06, Yampa Valley View subdivision. Agenda item 11 is first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Steamboat Springs official zone map to adopt the entry corridor overlay zone ZMA 17-03. Agenda item 12 is first reading of an ordinance vacating a portion of an emergency service vehicle access easement located on Park Place, Lot 10, EV 20-01. Agenda item 13 is first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 26 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code by amending sections 236, 426, 437, and 438, and deleting section 439 to incorporate the entry corridor overlay zone design standards into other sections of the Community Development Code as applicable, TXT 20-01. And agenda item 14 is a motion to direct staff to submit a grant application to the Department of Homeland Security Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response SAFER program for grant funding to hire 4 firefighters for 3 years. And agenda item 15 is a resolution recommending the name of Spring Roll for the new downhill directional mountain bike trail in Spring Creek Canyon. And agenda item 16 is first reading of an ordinance reducing the 2020 appropriation for city council salaries by 10%. So I'm going to pull agenda items 10, 11, 13, and 15. These are items 11, 13, and 15 are ones we definitely need to table to May 19th. And we received a rainbow item from staff on agenda item 10 with a request to table that one to May 19th as well. Council, would anybody else like to pull any of the other agenda items?
Yeah, it looked to me like we got a rainbow indicating that we might be pulling item number 14 as well to table. So.
Okay, so let's pull that one.
Yep.
We'll pull 14. What about any other items, Council? 9, 12, or 16? Okay, hearing nobody. Is there anyone in the public who wants to pull items 9, 12, or 16? Okay, seeing none.
Move to approve 9, 12, and 16 is written.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Sloop and a second by Macy's to approve 9, 12, and 16. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so 9, 12, and 16 are approved. So next is, so let's go ahead and table the items that we know we are tabling to May 19th, and that is agenda items 11, 13, and 15. Could I get a motion to approve those or to table those to May 19th?
Also 10, right?
Also 10.
Yeah, I'll move to table 10, 11, 13, and 15 to May 19th.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Macy's and a second by Meyer to table items 10, 11, 13, and 15 to May 19th. Any other discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, those are tabled to May 19th. And the only other item left on consent is agenda item 14, and we received a rainbow packet from Winnie on that one. Winnie, did you want to give some feedback and comment on this one, please?
Yes, the city has an opportunity to apply for grant funding from the firefighter staffing program, which is the SAFER program. Originally, staff felt that it would be a way for us to deliver on the campaign promises to increase staffing, while leveraging significant outside funding to do it. However, upon reflection and reconsideration with our 30% drop in sales from March, as well as our next round of budget cuts, we have reconsidered our recommendation. And at this point, we are not recommending that we move forward with that grant, but that we wait a year. However, we do need direction from council on this. So we could not move forward and preserve some flexibility and look at applying next year. We could apply as proposed. We could apply for a smaller number of personnel. The biggest reason, and I'll let Chuck speak to staffing and answer any questions you have there. But the biggest issue with the SAFER grant is that when we take the purpose of the SAFER grant is to help us meet NFPA standards. And when we take SAFER grant funding, we have to commit to maintaining the staffing levels that we have had previously for the 3-year period of the grant. So we have to not only maintain all the staff that we have had, but also the new staff that we have brought on. And at a time period when we are looking at cutting services and all that that implies, we thought that perhaps it is not the best time to lock ourselves into a certain level of staffing within the fire department.
Okay, thanks, Winnie. Chuck, did you want to touch on the staffing piece, or were you just wanting to wait for questions?
I'll just wait and answer any questions that come up.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have questions? So let's start. Michael, did you have any questions for Winnie or Chuck on this item?
Yeah, I do. this is one of those opportunities that we have 75% grant. Do we know if this grant may be gone next year, or is it, they're just give some information regarding, free money?
So this is a grant that happens every year about this time. We have applied twice before. The first time we got it, we applied, we were able to get funds, and then the second time we did not get funds. So I would anticipate that we would have the opportunity to apply again next spring. Typically March, April, May is when the applications are due.
There's actually indication that there might be more funding put into this because of the downturn in the economy.
Well, wouldn't that, so help me understand why you guys suggest that we don't want to take advantage of this right now. I understand, there's some uncertainty doing some job cuts, but what you had said, Winnie, was that it requires us to keep that funding level source, or to keep our FTEs at that level once we increase.
Right. The issue is that in previous recessions, we became very creative in staffing. So for instance, in the last recession, when someone took PTO, we did, and Chuck can speak to this, we did not pay someone else overtime to fill that spot, and we ran one person down during the off season. And if we were to take these dollars, we would have to commit to trying to meet whatever standard we said we were going to meet within NFPA. And that reduces the flexibility of the city to to pivot on staffing as needed based on finances. And then the second piece is, you're really locking in FTE numbers for a 3-year period, which is a long period of time in a period, given the unknowns. And then last is that as you bring on additional people, all of your operating expenses within the department go up as well. And Chuck can speak to this. He's just gone through the process of cutting all those correlated expenses, operating costs.
I'm just concerned about, we've been understaffed for so long, and I just don't want to continue to be understaffed. That's all.
Right, and I defer to Chuck on staffing.
We're still understaffed, right? We didn't bring on the 3 that we were going to at the beginning of the year, and we have 2 vacant positions right now. But really, Winnie hit it on the nose. Is at a time of uncertainty, not knowing where our budgets are going, not knowing how deep our cuts are going to be, or how long we're going to do it for, and what next year is going to bring. It allows to not do the grant, allows us flexibility to go where we need to go. It's hard to, we were being asked, and all of us are digging in and trying to shave every little bit off of our operating budget. And as I was shaving off for the first round of cuts, when we talk about bringing, potentially whether it's 4 or 5, however many people on, I'm tossing from one hand to the other on the money, and it just doesn't, it didn't sit right. And then, also optics, as was mentioned earlier, is that, again, the city's shaving off everything they can, and we're sort of, we're not quite throwing things off the ship yet, but if we get to that point, I would just be concerned that we were locked into our staffing and have then additionally brought more people on, which again costs. The way we operate, people cost money. They come to the station. We have sheets and bedding and lockers and just everything. Everything increases the more people you have here.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
All right, Robin, any questions?
This truly concerns me, since we were so involved in trying to get the mill levy passed, that we're not going to follow through with the promise that we made to our community. I think the community would understand. I understand also that possibly moving it later wouldn't be bad. Chuck, I don't know whether it was you or Winnie said there could be, obviously there's opportunity for grants for next year. And you said possibly for more money. Do you have any idea when we might have any indication about what that might be?
No, not at this point. I know, the state fire chiefs are meeting weekly and discussing it. And one of the things that came up was, they're all pushing our representatives to try to increase funding to the SAFER grant and the AFG program, to help fire departments do potentially what I hope we don't have to do, but if we end up having to cut any of the staff we have, that would be something that we could dive into and use SAFER money for, to maintain the level of staffing that we have now. And so, again, it's this one allows us to kind of wait and see. And then if things start looking better at the end of the year or even at the middle of the year, we can position ourselves to be in a good place, come next spring when it opens up again. And depending on how many people we're asking for, we might even have a better argument than we do right now.
The other part of it is that during the last recession, the SAFER program became significantly less strict. And so you were able to apply for funds in order to not lay off existing personnel. And there were the program definitely pivoted and became more about keeping the people that you have, which might be where we need to go.
Mm-hmm. Chuck, do you still feel that there is a need for the 3 or 4 additional staff for this year?
Yeah.
If things were different?
Yes, we do. We need staffing, and I know that a majority of the discussion with increased staffing focused on the EMS side of things, and a change in call volume can certainly affect those numbers. But the other discussion we continued to have was that minimum number of 12 on the fire side of things, and we're still short on that. And we'll still be short on one residential structure fire for the amount of people that show up. Wildland season is here. We're seeing it, and we're going to be short on that as well. And so I don't want to predict where our EMS call numbers are going. Right now, we were down in March, part of the busiest part of the ski season. But as far as call volume goes right now, we're fairly steady and consistent with this time of year.
Thank you.
All right, Heather, questions?
None at this time.
Okay, Kathy, did you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Sonia, any questions?
No, thanks. I'm all good.
You're on mute, but I think you asked if I have any questions, and I do not.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was asking you. All right. Okay, so we need to give some we need to make a motion on this one. Staff, you're recommending now that we essentially table this indefinitely. It sounds like it might be a good idea to take a look at this again, however, after we get some more information over the next couple months to see where we are financially. And so is that kind of the comfort level that staff has right now?
So the application for this year is due on May 15th. So if you have any desire for us to apply for staffing now that would come in the last quarter of this year, then we would need to apply now. This comes up every single year, so we are always looking at it. And if we feel that we have the ability to be successful in grant funds, we would also bring it up as a part of the budget process, as well as a part of our regular grant process.
And Winnie, is this something that let's say we applied now, and then we look at our financial situation in a couple months and it's not looking great? Is this something we could ask for a deferral on if we receive the award? Would we be able to push the award dollars into future years?
We have, I believe, 6 months after the award to hire the new people. The difference is that we would still be committing in getting the grant funds to hire the people that we wrote the grant for. We would be committing for 3 years to not only have those people come forward and work, but we would be committing to having every other line firefighter still be on staff. We would have to have the same number of FTE. And right now we have, and Chuck can clarify this one, but I believe that we have not only the shift personnel, but we have some floating personnel. And we would have to commit to that.
Okay. Thank you.
So, but I have a question about that then. Right now, Chuck said he has 2 vacant slots. So if you have 2 vacant positions, and we end up being fully staffed in 2021 and then 3 people resign, I understand we would have to actively be searching for staff. But at the same point, if we don't find qualified people, what happens at that point in time? Let's say it takes 6 months to find one of these 2 vacant positions. You know, how does the grant work when you have resignations on the team?
When you have resignations on the team, you're given a period of time in which to fill them. And then after that, it becomes a negotiation between you and FEMA regarding the grant funds because you're no longer in compliance.
Okay. All right, council. So if there are no other questions, I think we need to get a motion on the floor and discussion and have a vote.
I'll move that we table this item indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Macy's and a second by Pettis. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none.
I would just like to say that, you know, I'm okay with tabling this now, but this has to be brought back up. And whether it's September, October, November, December, it doesn't matter. We have to look at this again because the voters said they wanted to fund fire. And that's the only thing we can use that money for. And at some point, we're going to have to say, we have been told for how many years that we have a need. And we have a need. We're going to continue to have a need. I understand this is something different than what we've ever been in before, but I wouldn't want this, you know, tabling this indefinitely. This has to come back to us, whether it's the end of this year or the beginning of next year. It has to be reviewed again.
Robin, just to be clear, I'm only tabling indefinitely because we don't have a date certain.
Okay.
They bring this back to us every time that there's an opportunity for a safer grant, and we look at it every single time, and we will continue to do that. So that's not my intention, is to kill it. It's just to make sure that we don't put it on the calendar at any given time.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
I just want to state too that, I mean, thousands of people have been laid off just in our county alone. Thousands. So it's not like people don't understand that this is a reality right now. They get it. Right. And so what I'm looking to is specifically is Chuck, who's our professional in that field, saying, let's not apply this year, let's apply next. And I trust him in making that call. That is not for me to decide.
Right. Yeah. And
Jason?
To that point, Robin, this is a front burner item. This is going to stay front and center on the budget, I would think, going forward. I'm sorry, Kathy, did you have something?
My only concern is that we don't just say, okay, we're done with this, because we can't be. That's all.
Nope. Kathy, what did
Robin,
you have?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with Robin in that even if we don't apply for the SAFER grant, the need is still there. And I think it's a question of we are collecting taxpayer money for personnel and the fire station. And so this is, you know, adding staff at the right time I think is something that does not have to wait until the Safer Grant Again application. We can definitely have this discussion in a few months.
Okay, no further discussion, then I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, tabled indefinitely. Thanks, everyone. All right, so that completes the consent calendar, and now we are moving into the public hearing items. And first on that is agenda item 17. This is second reading of an ordinance adopting a new Article 8 in Chapter 13 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code, which authorizes the creation of tourism improvement districts, providing an effective date and repealing all conflicting ordinances. And this is being requested to be postponed to June 2nd. So could I get a motion to postpone?
I'll move to table this item to June 2nd.
Second.
Motion by Macy's and a second by Bacino. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, and agenda item 18. This is second reading of an ordinance amending chapter or Article 3 of Chapter 19 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code relating to wildlife resistant containers, providing an effective date, setting a hearing date, and repealing all conflicting ordinances. And Gary Suter, our city manager, is here to present this item for us.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the opportunity. As you had said, this is the second reading of an ordinance relating to wildlife resistant containers. Council identified bears and trash as one of your top 5 priorities going into year 2020. Your objectives are to create a significant reduction in bear calls to the Steamboat Springs Police Department, to minimize the number of bears euthanized, to create 0 human bear conflicts that result in harm, and also to update the bear trash container ordinance to reduce the numbers of human bear incidents. So council has been working on this, well, actually for much longer, but on this ordinance since last November. So you've had work sessions in November, also in January, also in February. You considered first reading of this ordinance at your March 3rd meeting and passed it then. And I mentioned reducing the number of bear calls to SSPD. And so far, we've had, well, at the time of this packet publication last week, we already had 44 bear-related calls to the Springs Police Department just this spring. So I'm sure there have been more since then. That does not include the call to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So let me hit on the highlights of the ordinance, just to hit the highlights. The definition of wildlife does include non-domestic, large and small mammals. Bear-resistant container is defined, and it's a refuse container that's certified to be bear-resistant by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee. So when you hear the acronym IGBC, that is the certifying agency. A bear-resistant dumpster enclosure is also defined and talks about creating a dumpster enclosure that is inaccessible to bears. And also defines bear-resistant dumpsters. So all refuse containers basically need to be either in a bear-resistant container, residential container, a bear-resistant dumpster, or in a bear-resistant enclosure, dumpster enclosure. So effectively, what this ordinance does is it's shutting down the bear buffet, which is our trash containers throughout the city. The trash haulers will be required to provide the bear-resistant containers in dumpsters. They may charge a fee as such. The program will be phased in over a 3-year period. So that 3 years, I guarantee it will go by quickly. And once it's done, I can guarantee you that your bear related calls will go down. I have experience in that. Residential containers, the curbside containers, they got to be placed curbside no earlier than 6 a.m. on trash pickup day and removed the same day and placed in either in a garage or a bear-resistant enclosure. Recyclables should be rinsed, and they are not included in this ordinance. So recyclable containers, yard waste, and cardboard are exempt from this ordinance. So they do not require the use of bear-resistant containers. And again, I emphasize that if you are putting recyclable steel cans and so forth out there, rinse them out so that you don't attract the bears. Bird feeders are not permitted from April 15th to November 15th every year. If you do have them, they have to be suspended in such a way that they are inaccessible to bears. And also the city is providing in this ordinance a low-income subsidy program of $100 per year per qualified residential customer. There have been no modifications to the ordinance since the recent adoption at first reading. We have had multiple conversations with the trash haulers, and it looks like some of them may be on the line to comment. We talked about lease purchase versus purchase. Neither trash hauler indicated a willingness to enter into the business of selling trash containers. Both haulers indicated that the number of customers with smaller containers is minimal. We talked about creating options for customers with smaller containers, but the more they can standardize pickup, the more they can control costs. So that was something that they had both indicated as well. We've talked about cost, education, and enforcement at previous work sessions. We're giving council options to adopt, modify, or table the ordinance. And the fiscal impact is we included a report as attachment 4 in the packet, which is a draft marketing plan that Winnie Della Quadri put together. And the estimate for marketing and doing a rollout for this is between $11,500 and $15,000 initially. We're estimating that an initial budget impact of $10,000 to $20,000 annually toward the low-income subsidy program will need to be appropriated as well. The subsidy program expires at the end of the year, December 31st, 2022. So there is a limit to that, but it will help offset costs to those that qualify for the low-income subsidy. And given the current economic conditions, that number is even softer. It's hard to say how many people will be applying for low-income assistance. The attachments in the packet include all of the previous packet material going back to my report that was prepared last fall, the letter from Chris Middledorf with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Council's heard expert testimony from bear experts, including multiple studies that have been done around the state. You have the Steamboat Springs Police Department statistics. I did draft a memo to the BCC, to the Board of County Commissioners, just advising that we're doing this. I've seen in other resort communities where the cities adopt it and then the county adopts something similar, so that you just don't have the bears coming to the corporate boundary of town and raiding trash. So, and then also the marketing plan. The proposed ordinance is also attached to the packet, and staff recommends that you hold a public hearing. It is a second reading, so we should have a public hearing. Staff recommends that you approve the ordinance on second reading as written, and that's my report.
All right. Thank you, Gary. I'll go around the table and see if we have any questions. Kathy, do you have any questions?
No, I just have one quick comment, and that is based on Liesel's comment last time about the weight and the size of the larger containers. It was pointed out to me that we have one of the smaller containers, and they do a mechanical pickup of that. So I'm not sure why we're being told that they can only do the larger cans. I watch them pick up the trash every Wednesday. So anyway, Liesel, I'm still willing to haul my trash out, even if it's in a larger container. So I'm going to be supporting the ordinance.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Sonia, any questions?
No, thanks, I'm all set.
Jason, you're on mute.
Lisa, any questions from you?
It's always for me.
Just for you.
No questions.
Lisa didn't call you Heather.
All right, Heather, any questions from you?
Yeah. So back in the day pre-bear-proof trash can conversation, I asked this YVSC about recycling and water use and rinsing your recyclables, and was given a full descriptor of your recyclables can be recycled if there's less than 10% waste in the recyclables. And I understand the concern, Gary, about rinsing, but there's a lot of people that don't rinse their stuff, and not having bear proof in a recyclable is kind of counterproductive to this whole thing. Obviously, I'm in support of this completely, but I have great pause at the fact that we're going to have recyclables out there that are not being rinsed, and we need to look at like phase 2 of this and realizing that there needs to be some sort of modifier in there to ensure that bears aren't going to start digging in recyclable containers.
Good point. Yep, I understand. I was told the same thing.
All right, is that it for you, Heather?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Robin, did you have any questions?
Yes, a question to Corey. It says that the police department has already received 44 bear-related calls this year. And then when he did his report, he said that bear calls are up 94%. So are we saying that last year, basically, we had 22 calls, and this year we're up to 44? This, you know, I just am wondering whether that is correct.
Yeah, that's the numbers are probably similar. Obviously, Gary's numbers were pulled from a little bit ago, but yes, that's the ratio is staying the same. Almost twice as many calls this year.
And I'd like to know how many citations we have given so far this year for people that are leaving their trash out during the week, their trash containers out during the week, and that they have been warned or whatever.
I'll have to get you that information. I don't have that.
Okay, thanks a lot. That was my only concern.
Okay. Michael, any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, for me, I guess, you know, Gary, you touched on the issue of the subsidy amount. I am a little concerned, particularly given the current circumstances, that there could be a lot more requests than money allocated to that. So I would say that is something that we need to watch really closely. And if we receive many more requests, then we need to, I'd like that to be brought to our attention as council, and possibly even look at using some of our contingency money to help out with that if it's needed in the future.
Absolutely. That's what the contingency, the type of thing that contingency is for. So
yeah,
makes sense.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If not, then I'll start going down our participant list and see if we have any public comment. Council, were there any other questions before I do that? Okay, hearing none. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give each person who'd like to comment 3 minutes. So I'm just going to go down the list, and I'll call on the name that I see on the participant list, and I'll give you 3 minutes. And when we get to that 3 minutes, if you're still going, I'll give you a little warning that it's time to wrap up, and then I'll move on to the next person. So first person that I see from the public is Les Lyman. Les, if you'd like to give us some comment, please give us your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Les Lyman, 1049 Crawford Avenue, Steamboat Springs. I think there's going to be there's a financial impact here, of course, on the hauling companies, and it's certainly not a great time to have a big capital expense on this equipment. I'm also concerned about the price increases for the customers, which is going to be about 30% for the containers. So just wanted to alert you to that. We're prepared to go ahead if that's how you choose to go.
Okay. Is that it for your comment, Les?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll keep going down the list. I see there is a person who is identified as Bond K. Did you have a comment for us tonight?
Yes, I did. Kyle Bond, Colorado Parks and Wildlife District Wildlife
great.
Manager here in Steamboat. Again, I want to say thank you guys for doing this, and I'm glad we're at this point and we're having the discussion. I do know that the financial cost is an obvious concern, and we have submitted our grant for the $25,000 to GoCo. We are awaiting decision on that. Additionally, in speaking with my supervisor, we've decided that we can contribute a couple $1,000. Not sure what the exact dollar amount would be, but we're willing to kick in some extra money to help out with the marketing campaign, education, and then further, we're anxious to get to work with Steamboat PD and make this thing successful.
All right. Thank you very much, Kyle. Okay, next participant I see on the list is Brent Gerlitz. Mr. Gerlitz, did you have a comment for us tonight? Are you there, sir? Okay, not.
No comment, just listening.
Okay, great. Thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
us tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So let's see, who else? I see also on the list, we have a Jeb Hensley. Mr. Hensley, were you here to comment tonight?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Jeb Hensley, 2701 Downhill Drive, District Manager for Waste Management. Excuse me. First, I will say, we're definitely all in favor of the ordinance and glad we are where we are. But I would like to echo, at least kind of follow up with Les, what he mentioned there. This has definitely been an interesting time that we've been in, and I just wanted to, bring up obviously the inherent cost and what it really means to kind of the community. It's not that we're not ready, but we just wanted to, put forth that out there since there could be a lot of struggling people out there with that. But the other side is we still want to protect the bears. But that was something we wanted to at least throw out there. And that's all I had.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hensley. All right. And let's see. I am not seeing any other. Oh, I see Marlon Mullet. Marlon, did you want to make any comments tonight?
No comment.
All right. Okay. I don't see any other public here for comment. So I will bring it back to council. Council, were there any other questions or are we ready for a motion and deliberation?
I have one more question.
Sure.
Les, in his comment for Twin Enviro, said that his cost could potentially go up to our cost as a customer could possibly go up 50%. And I'd like to know whether Jeb at Waste Management if Waste Management has figured out the additional cost per customer per month.
I believe Les said 30%, but.
Oh, he said 30? Okay, thank you.
So.
But does Jeb has Waste Management figured this out yet?
Yes, our cost is, well, what we do is we charge $10 a month for a lease fee on the container. As far as a percentage at our base rate, it probably comes in right about almost close to 30-35%, somewhere in there. When you take that that $30 over a quarter billing, which we do, it's probably very close to that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Council, any other questions before we get to a motion and deliberation?
Jason, I would add that that's the basis upon which we came up with the subsidy amount of $100 a year, about $10 a month. That would come close to subsidizing the entire increase, and the resident would then have a little bit of skin in the game as well.
Thank you, Gary. All right. Well, no other questions. Then I will look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Sloop and a second by Macy's. I'll go around the table and see if there's any discussion. Heather, did you have any discussion on the motion?
A fed bear is a dead bear.
All right, Sonia, any discussion from you?
A fed bear is a dead bear.
See why I get you two confused? All right,
Yeah.
Kathy, any discussion from you?
No, I'll be supporting the motion.
All right, Liesel, any discussion from you?
Yeah, just a couple comments. One, I do think it is really important for the trash haulers to look at those smaller sizes, especially for individuals who may have trouble bringing their trash cans out. If I remember right, one of the haulers, Waste Management, maybe said they actually have a service that they can do to help somebody come take it out. But I think that's an important thing to remember. The other thing I just want to make sure that we're all very cognizant of is the issue is the bear-proof containers not leaving the trash can at the side of the road. What I really am concerned about is that we are targeting lower income families who don't have garages by saying that we have real issues with the trash not being in a garage, when really the issue is it being protected from bears? And so I just want to be really cognizant of that as well. But I am going to support the motion.
All right, thanks, Liesel. Robin, any discussion from you?
Yeah, I'm really torn on this simply because of timing. I think right now, asking companies to invest a lot of money in something, just as we just kind of said, no, we can't do a tubing hill because it's 250,000. We're asking two businesses in our community to put out probably more than that. And it'll take a while for them to get the return on their money on that. So I have a concern as far as the timing is done. Given the last 6 or 8 weeks, I've had the opportunity every morning to walk not only streets in Old Town, but alleyways. And there are so many trash pails that are left out 7 days a week. Minimal of 2 getting overturned on a daily, every single night. Now, whether it's a fox or a raccoon or a bear, I don't know. But when we have people that aren't protecting the trash pails now, putting these new containers, I'm concerned that the bears will eventually figure out a way to get in them. All that being said, we're not giving citations to people. I see trash spewed on a daily morning basis when I'm walking around. And I think we need to continue, and we will continue to educate people in our community. I just don't, it's the right thing to do. I just don't know timing wise right now. If I'm paying $100 a month, now I'm going to be paying, $100 a quarter. Now I'm going to pay $130 a quarter. And there might be some folks that can't afford to do that. That's my concern right now. It's not that it's the wrong thing to do, that maybe this isn't the right time to do it.
All right, and Michael, discussion from you.
Liesel, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add for the public, I mean, if people aren't able to afford their utility bills, there are many things in place right now to help people with that. And the city is going to provide one of them. So I hear you, Robin, like that definitely worries me. But right now there are quite a few different options to help people with those kind of bills.
Yeah, and
can I add that we
let
have
me
3
chime
years
in
for
once,
full compliance.
Evil twin first, because we always act as though the only possibility for people is to have curbside service. And I mean, honestly, like not everybody can take their own garbage to a place, but some people can. And so, I just wish we would stop acting as though the only option is for people to use the curbside option. Some people, and again, not all of the low income folks that you're worried about, Lisa, and I am too, but can load up their garbage. And if it takes, if I find that it's going to cost me too much to have curbside service, I'll just put it in my car and drive it to the drop-off place, and we'll save a whole lot of money. So this may end up actually saving people the money who just were, feeling a little bit like, oh, this is just so easy, I'll do it this way. But honestly, when I think about it, you're paying for one bag of garbage per pickup. The people in our town tend to recycle more than they do trash. So let's just not forget that this is not the only way that people can get their trash out of their homes.
And
Right.
I'd like to say, let's not forget that this is a 3-year compliance thing. This is not everybody has to be in compliance today. This is a 3-year rollout. So this isn't going to hit everybody at the same time, including the haulers.
All right. And Michael, any discussion from you?
Yeah, I just reiterate one thing is that, my neighborhood, we don't have a bear. I mean, we have a bear problem, but I've never had a problem with my garbage. And I know a lot of the public comment that we got earlier on before the first reading, there was a lot of concern of people saying this doesn't affect me, but it's a community issue, not a street issue, not a neighborhood issue. It's our community. And so I'm going to support this motion, but I just want to reiterate that I've been following the rules. I've never had a problem in 25 years, but I still think this is a viable reason to help our bear population. And 44 already this spring, I mean, it's going to get worse. And so if we don't take steps now, when? And I think that now is the time, and it's not as big an expense, and we do have some alternative options with the funding, and I think that's the way to go.
All right, so I'll be supporting the motion too. As I mentioned, and Robin, you touched on it well, I'm also concerned about the cost issue. So I'd like staff to keep us informed of the requests for assistance. And if we start seeing lots of requests that go beyond our initial allotment, I'd like to know, because I would strongly consider using contingency funds to help people out in this transition process. So with that said, I think what I'll do is I'll go around the room and I will ask everyone how they vote. So Liesl, how do you vote on the motion?
I'm in favor.
Okay. And Sonia?
In favor.
Kathy?
In favor of the motion.
All right. Heather?
Aye, yes, let's do it.
All right. Robin?
No, only because of the timing.
Okay. Michael?
I am in favor of the motion.
And I will vote yes as well. So that passes 6-1 with Crossan opposed. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. All right. So that brings us to agenda item 19. This is second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 25, Articles 2 and 4 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code, which pertains to the municipal water supply and distribution system and water charges, providing an effective date and repealing all conflicting ordinances. And did I see Kelly on here? Kelly, are you here to introduce this one for us?
Yeah, Kelly Romero Heaney. I'm the Water Resources Manager for the City of Steamboat. Yeah, and this water conservation ordinance is the first step in implementing the city's recently adopted water conservation plan. It codifies the watering schedule that historically has been followed by our customers during drought years. But in this case, going forward, if the motion passes, or excuse me, if the ordinance passes, then the 3-day-a-week watering schedule will be mandatory on all years. This is a great opportunity for the city to make progress on its goal to reduce water use by 10% in 10 years. And it also targets water that's not necessary for public health. It's really just the lawn irrigation. It also, as you all recall, council did approach staff and ask us to bring this ordinance forth. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. I'll just throw it out to the group. Are there any questions from Kelly or for Kelly on this item? No questions? Okay. Hearing none, I am looking at the participant list and I don't see anybody here for public comment on this one. So I'll come back to council and I will look for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion
I'll
to
move,
item 19.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, I heard a motion from Crossan and a second from Macy first on that one. Any other discussion on that motion?
I just want to know, how are we getting this information out to everybody in the community?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rob. Councilperson Crossan. So Mike Lane issued a press release. So hopefully that'll get some information out. Also, we reached out directly to landscape contractors since they're the ones that will be primarily setting sprinkler systems for second homeowners. We also engaged with some of the major property management companies. Mike Lane's also putting information on our website, social media, etc.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay, if no other discussion, then I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, Kelly. Right. Okay, and that concludes the public hearings. So commission reports, I don't think we had any commission reports tonight. Is that correct? Didn't see any. So no commission reports. So Dan, did you have a city attorney's update or report for us?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then we have some minutes that we need to approve. We have minutes from April 7th and minutes from April 14th.
Move to approve the minutes from April 7th and 14th.
Second.
Motion by Macy's and a second by Meyer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Okay, we've reached the end of the agenda. Does anybody have anything else before we sign off for tonight?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by Sloop and a second by Macy's. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Happy
right.
Cinco
Good
de
night,
Mayo.
everybody.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.